Can you hear us?
Now I can hear something.
Okay, and we can hear you. So I think we are ready to go, Chair, if you're ready.
I think we're ready. So this is May 20th, 2026. It is 4 o'clock based on that clock I'm staring at. And it's time to start the Heritage Preservation Commission meeting for today. So we will call it to order with a roll call, please.
Duffy Westheimer,
Present?
Alec Overman,
Present.
Emily Dale,
Present.
Jesse Dominguez,
Present.
Alicia Hayes,
Present.
Jeannie Stevens, not here, excused. Caitlin Stewart.
Present.
Okay, we have a quorum.
All right, thanks. So would someone like to read the land acknowledgement? Jesse will. Thank you, Jesse.
The Heritage Preservation Commission humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands still inhabited by the native descendants border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you. I think next is the approval of minutes from the April meeting. Does anybody have any comments, changes, anything?
I found a couple typos. They misspelled your last name, Lauren, at one point, and also Butler Street. So just maybe go through it one more time and see if there's any little red squiggles.
We also skipped the open call to the public. I don't know if.
Apologize. Open call to the public. We'll back up. Missed that. If there's no one here who wants to speak at that time, we'll move on to the approval of the minutes. Any other comments, suggestions, anything that needs addressing? So do we have someone who makes a motion to approve the minutes from April meeting?
I move to approve the meeting minutes for April 15th with the condition that they are checked for spelling errors.
Do we have a second?
I second.
And let's vote. All those who approve say aye.
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 Anyone who not approve? Okay, motion passes. Next is the public hearing. So is there anyone here who is not speaking to an agenda item who would like to speak? No, that was the open call to public. And then it says number 6 is the public hearing. So, oh, I see what you're saying. I apologize. I am not a process person. I'm a doer. Okay, so the first thing is 6A, which is 910 North LaRue Street grant application. And it's Dr. Gary E. Bowman requesting a level 1 historic signs and facades grant application for his residence at 910 North LaRue Street to replace deteriorating trim boards and paint the trim board stucco, fascia, and soffit. Is there anyone here to present on that?
Yes, Dr. Bowman is here if you have any specific questions about the grant application, and I have the materials and I can pull it up. But as you summarize, it's a level 1 grant, which is up to $10,000, and this is within that range. There is sufficient grant funding available to award this grant, and the property it has not been formally evaluated for the Flagstaff Register of Historic Places. The property owner previously applied for individual listing in the National Register of Historic Places, which was denied due to lack of individual significance by the State Historic Preservation Office. However, I feel that it would most likely be eligible for the Flagstaff Register of Historic Places and does have a high degree of integrity. So my recommendation is still to approve the grant. And I can pull up the application materials or answer any questions. And again, Dr. Bowman is also here and is available to answer any specific questions the commission has about the grant project. And I thank him for his very thorough submission, including the historic photos and newspaper articles. More fun than what we often get. Do you have any specific questions for me or for the property owner?
Now that we have reconvened the Flagstaff Heritage Preservation subcommission on the Flagstaff Register, we could potentially work with the homeowner to get that listed, if that's something they are still interested in doing, especially since they already have a full, report for the National Register.
They did. I actually did ask Bill Collins at SHPO, and there is not a full National Register nomination that was prepared. It was inventory form and supplemental material, but yes, it could. Much of the research has already been done.
So something for the homeowner to think about.
No, Commissioner Dale was just saying that if you're interested in listing your property in the Flagstaff Register of Historic Places, and if you come up just to speak.
Yeah, my late wife largely did the work on applying for the National Register. That was quite a few years ago. I don't know, mid-90s, something like that. My understanding was that the reason it was difficult was because we weren't already we were like half a block away from a district that's in the National Register. If we'd been in the district, I think it probably would have been a shoo-in, but I don't know. So yeah, I'm certainly interested in it. And since I'm up here anyway, I'll just say I came here largely to address questions if I could. I mean, I think it's fairly straightforward, but if you have any questions that I can help with, I'd be happy to try and do so. It's the house is, as the application says, 1937. Probably not many things built in that long ago are pristine, but it's pretty darn close, outside and in. And I think I noted in the application that one thing I changed, my wife and I together changed, was there was a very rudimentary railing, which maybe was acceptable at the time on the one-car garage. They made small garages back then. And there's no way it would pass code now. And I don't think that's a code issue, but it actually is kind of a safety and appearance issue. So I replaced it with steel railing that pretty much reproduces the feel of something from that vintage. So, and again, if you have any questions, I'm happy to try to address.
Does anyone have any questions for the property owner? Jesse?
I just have a comment. Thanks for the information on Ken Weber. That was really interesting.
Yeah.
The builder.
I think they own this Standard Oil distributorship. And depending on how long you've been in Flag, I've been here pretty much continuously since the late 70s. But there used to be kind of across from Fry's, there were some oil tanks there. I assume they used to bring in oil tank cars and spot them there to bring in gasoline and oil products. And that was, I believe, his distributorship. Yeah. Yeah.
Anyone else?
I'll ask another question because I'm not good at architectural terms. Can you pull up the picture and tell us what is changing and what colors are going where?
Sure. So I don't know if you folks have seen color samples. I brought some in, but I don't know what gets distributed.
there.
Okay. Oh, you have it here. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good representation. So there's two 1x4 uprights you'll see embedded into the stucco in that photograph. And there's also a 1x6 embedded into the stucco on the bottom rail, rim rail, whatever it's called. Those are going to be the red color. I don't know. I can't remember. Borscht, I think it's called, like the Russian soup, I believe. And the stucco itself is going to be a Rockwood Jade, I believe is the name of the color. It's a green, but it's very different from this kind of hunter green. I've had that for a very long time, and I think that would look good. And then the fascia and soffit, the 1x6 of the peaked roof there, or 2x6 actually. Those I was going to make a color quite similar to that color now. The second story windows have been replaced with Lowen, which is a Canadian brand, I believe. And so the color I'm putting on there is going to very closely match those windows. I will say when we replaced those windows, it was early 2000s, and we went to some effort to actually match the grid spacing and style of the original windows. So we had to custom order the windows so they would reproduce the look of the original windows. So I don't want to paint over them. You know, they're clad windows. They're very high quality windows. So the fascia and everything would be the brown, and the 1x4 and 1x6 set into the stucco would be the red, and then the stucco itself would be the kind of a sort of a light green color.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have a question? Okay, so our decision is whether or not we grant the level 1 signs and facades grant.
Yeah.
So do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the level 1 historic sign and facades grant to 910 North LaRue Street.
Read the whole thing.
Approve a level 1 historic signs and facade grant application for the residents at 910 North LaRue Street to replace deteriorating trim boards and paint the trim boards stucco, fascia, and soffit.
Do we have a second?
I second the motion.
Any further discussion? Nope. All right, let's vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you for taking such good care of your home and doing all your research. It's great. Go on then to 6B, which is 19 West Birch Avenue, Phase 2 Cultural Resource Study.
And I will be acting in my professional capacity for this. So I will be stepping down to present this piece.
And I will just do a quick introduction and then turn it over to the team here. But of course, this phase 2 cultural resource study requirement was a condition of approval on the original phase 1 cultural resource study that the commission approved last July. There were 5 conditions of approval, and one of them is the preparing phase 2 documentation of the architectural features, including archival photography, as-built drawings, and architectural elevations. And then there was a further condition that it be archived in a publicly accessible place. And so this phase 2 submittal is following up on that previous condition of approval. And now I will turn it over to the consultant team to present their report and findings.
Yeah, so I'm Caitlin Stewart. I'm the owner of Cornerstone Environmental. We did the phase 1 study for this already. Just provided a little background. You know, the old City Hall was built in 5051, used for many municipal buildings. The building was determined significant due to primarily Indigenous activism and the NAACP and investigations into the police department in Flagstaff, as well as the arrest of the 1972 AIM participants that were held there for 2 days and held on a $70,000 bail. I'm not going to go too much into that. I'm guessing I have to use this. There we go. So we originally found it eligible under significant under Flagstaff B and NRHPA. It also was found, I don't think I included this, but I think we also included that it could not be National Register eligible for architecture, but could be for Flagstaff. So I did not include that.
May I
So,
May I ask a question, Caitlin?
go ahead.
Why has it been recently evaluated for the National Register so that it wouldn't be qualifying for the National Register? When was that determination made and by whom?
The determination would have been made by this, or agreed by this commission. So go ahead.
I was just gonna say, yes, that was the Heritage Preservation Commission's approval last July, was on the Flagstaff Register and National Register evaluation findings. And it is in the staff summary
Oh,
in the agenda.
my question is that who did the evaluation for the National Register?
Me.
Cornerstone.
Yeah.
In the phase 1 culture resource study.
So when we do the phase 1s or that very much borderlined on a phase 2, but without the architectural drawings, we assess for both the Flagstaff Register and the National Register because it's private land, there isn't a undertaking that would require us to do it at a federal level. So we only have to do it at the city level, so only for the commission.
Thanks for answering.
Yeah. And probably,
Commissioner Hayes
sorry,
has a question online.
I was like, I don't know what I'm looking at.
I would just like to clarify something. The cultural resource study from Cornerstones did not say, I'm sorry, it didn't say that it was potentially eligible for architecture, but the SHPO's review of the cultural resource study said it was likely eligible under C at on the National Register.
So that was correct after the first send. It was not correct after the phase 2 when when we represented the phase 1, which SHPO was here for. The interior has been changed far too much for it to be eligible under C. For the National Register, but not for the state, or not for the city.
I'm sorry. I think I misunderstood that. I don't think that in the discussion with the SHPO that the interior and the modifications in the interior had anything to do with it. I think it was the exterior. And it was Catherine Leonard who reviewed it, and she wasn't present.
I will just say, for the sake of the current discussion, we aren't reevaluating the National Register eligibility that was previously determined by this commission last July. So the current discussion item is the phase 2 cultural resource study and the additional architectural documentation as mitigation, and whether or not it is sufficient to meet the previous condition of approval.
Correct. So these items that are shown on the screen right now, this is what the commission asked for. And so we agreed that the phase 2 would really just focus on the architectural documentation. So we did as-built, we did elevation drawings, and we did higher quality photography, specifically of the north side, because Commissioner Westheimer made that point, and it was not a very good photo in the report. So we provided raw documents. Those are all part of the package that was provided to the commission. Only some of these am I going to speak on because a couple of them are going to relate to the design. So I'll come back to those. The interpretive mitigation for the NRHP significance under criteria A, which we had proposed as a walking tour, which I will discuss a little bit further. And then the Malpai rocks incorporated into the new building. The commission previously stated that they would prefer salvaged. I know that the design team will discuss on that, but following the Indigenous Commission's letter stating that they would prefer none of the original rocks be used in the new building, that is a point of consideration. And then archival of both of the cultural resource studies. So we have and are able to submit to the Arizona Memory Project to special collections, but specifically people had requested City of Flagstaff library or website, and that would be on the city side. So I can't speak to that, but I assume that that is being worked out. Okay, wrong computer. Okay, so we'll talk about the walking tour because this is actually the exciting part that comes out of this, at least for my. So I know everybody received the letter. Before I go into it, I'll discuss a little bit about our talks with the Indigenous Commission, who Rose unfortunately couldn't be here. But she sent out, basically, we've gone to 3 meetings to discuss it with them, both the walking tour and the preservation of the building. They expressed, as far as the building, that that they would have a preference for using new Malpai, that they would like the site blessed, and that the commission, the Indigenous Commission, stated a preference for demolition. As far as the walking tour, they voted in support of the interpretive walking tour. Specifically, they wanted us to really find a way to create opportunities for tribal members to participate, contribute stories, histories, cultural perspectives. And so we came to them with this as our first iteration of what we wanted the walking tour to be. This was only a sample. We want it to be between 10 and 15 stops. Generally, walking tours stay under 2 miles because otherwise people tend not to complete them. So we came up with these ideas and asked them if they were ones that they wanted, any other ideas. Specifically, we'd have the old city hall, the Flagstaff train depot, which we found some documentation on some Indigenous masons who participated in the construction. West of the Moon Gallery, which presents Indigenous art and brings it back to the present of Indigenous craftsmanship, ownership, and participation in Flagstaff still. San Francisco Street, this is one of the main forays for the original powwow for the parade, as well as Thorpe Park, which is where the camping for the powwow occurred. They had bandstands, they had and vendors all down in front of Thorpe. And then ending, our end point would be at the new community, the Indigenous Community Center, which is not built yet, but the idea is that that's where it would start and or end, preferably end. So we went to 2 powwows in the past 2 months. Thankfully, the Indigenous Commission helped us secure tables, and we talked to members of the community. We received information from 14 individuals, which was surprising. You never know what you're going to get, but our plan for trying to get the community involved was to partially to go to these powwows, as well as to create like a Google form that we could post on some of the Facebook groups for people to participate in virtually. Again, with the idea that the decisions on this trail should not last more than 6 months because, again, a project can fizzle out. So we decided on that timeline to make sure that we gave people enough time to participate, but also enough time, or not so much time that people lose track of the project. So we have one more powwow to go to, and we have posted up the QR code at some of the community centers, and sent it to NAU, Indigenous Club, and some of the community centers. We haven't gotten anything back from that yet, but hope is we will. So some of the other trail stop locations that were proposed to us were somewhere downtown, possibly Cherry or the top of Beaver, just a good view of the peaks as a traditional cultural property, and having a discussion on there about, you know, its importance through history for the Indigenous community, as well as their participation in ecological preservation. Another stop, this one gets a little bit tricky because we all know the state of the El Pueblo Motor Inn currently, but it was recommended as a stop because of the Navajo Code Talkers. And so I think Potentially also, we were trying to keep it downtown, so ideally that it would probably be more mentioned than it being a stop. It's just a bit too far from downtown and also not currently accessible. The historic downtown Flagstaff post office, specifically to talk about all of the early Navajo postmen who had run between the reservation and Flagstaff, providing that communication. And then they also wanted us to mention specifically in Thorpe Park about all the vendors tables that have been there at the powwows and the continuation of that type of craftsmanship that's still going on in the community now. So that was the feedback that we got. So we are now 2 months into that 3 months into that 6 months timeline. In the next month, our plan is to reach out about interviews from the 14 contacts, as well as Rose from the Indigenous Commission had also stated that she could arrange a meeting with some of the elders to try to get oral histories or backgrounds, any information that they would want to put into it. You know, we're continuing historic research to try to find things that maybe aren't being presented to us. However, the final trail, the idea is to have the Indigenous Commission vote on it, as well as if we can find a way for community members to vote on it. It's just the problem is that can be, we're having a hard time, and the Indigenous Commission kind of mentioned this as well, nailing down where would be the best place to get the most people to give that feedback. And then before it is finalized, the Indigenous Commission, as well as the Indigenous Circle of Flagstaff, want to walk the trail to provide feedback. So that would probably be in the last month, so 2 months from now. Well, that's not what I want. There we go. And then they also obviously addressed some concerns about the tour, fully in support of it, but mostly just wanting to make sure that we are not, despite the fact that this old city hall represents a less than desirable picture of Flagstaff, they don't want this entire tour to be focused on necessary, any types of bad experiences or interactions. They want it to be focused on what is happening in the Indigenous community now, as well as how the Indigenous community has been integral in creating Flagstaff, which absolutely a fair point. So those will, thankfully, including going to the powwows and including the commission, as well as the community as much as we can. Hopefully that will alleviate a lot of those concerns to begin with. Okay. So for other than the Malpai, and just talking about the walking trail, as well as feel free to ask questions about the as-built or anything like that, what can I answer for you?
Anybody have a question?
I'm sorry, did you say you're not taking questions on the Malpai right now?
I think that would be better addressed in the design, because since they incorporated it into the design, it wasn't so much a cultural resource.
Yeah, I guess my question about it is, did the Indigenous Commission give like precise reasoning besides they didn't want it to be salvaged, of why they didn't want salvage?
They specifically said the original conversation was that they didn't want it salvaged because of what it represents and all the negativity that is housed in those stones and in that building, which was why they also expressed a desire for it to be demolished and for new stones being used.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to clarify that, yes, in the next agenda item, the certificate of appropriateness, that is where it is being reused in the new design, will be considered as part of that approval item. And this item is just approval of the Phase 2 Cultural Resource Study submittal.
So are we voting on the mitigation in this one or the next one?
Well, and so this one is a follow-up on the previous conditions of approval. So it is just approving this phase 2 cultural resource study. Does it meet the previous condition of approval? And and you can see my recommended motion there was also to tie it back in with that other, still require the other previous condition of approval that it be archived in a publicly accessible place.
So questions about mitigation will come in the next agenda item.
Other mitigations such as the Malapai stone, yes. I mean, this is yes or no. Does the, yes, does this meet the, requirements of a phase 2 cultural resource study?
Then I will save my question about the trail for the next agenda item.
And the trail is not a voting item today. I think Caitlin is just providing an update on where they are with that mitigation item, but as it is not finalized, it's going to go back to the Indigenous Commission and will come back to this commission for approval. It is not an item that you're voting on today.
Okay,
Right,
well, I
but-
still want to discuss it. And Alicia has her hand up.
Yes, I have a question. Why does it say 18 West Birch instead of 19 West Birch on the drawings?
Because I made a typo, but I can fix that. That would be I would assume that is what that is. But I can.
And what was
easily
the
fix that.
archival standard that the drawings were prepared against?
They are under as-built, not under Habs Harris, because that was not requested. So yes, they meet the criteria of architectural as-built, as was requested by the commission.
Commissioner Hayes, are you good with that answer?
Yes.
Thank you. Jesse?
I have a question. Were any other groups asked about the history of this building? I know there's other groups that were also affected, but it seems like, nothing against the Native American side of it, because I know I was here when that was happening and the guns on top of the roof and what have you. But there was also other important things that happened in that building that probably need to be researched, and I don't see any of this in your report. All I see is what the indigenous group is saying.
Do you mean in this?
And this,
Because it was in the phase 1. Following the first phase 1, you had the same comment, and I also thought it was appropriate, and we reached out to other community groups, and that was incorporated into the updated phase 1 in July.
so we do have other groups that have spoken on behalf of this. Is that in the report somewhere?
Yeah, it would be in phase 2, who we contacted and what information we got. Or sorry, the phase 1 from July.
Thank you.
And one point of clarification, the Indigenous Commission consultation was specifically requested as a condition of approval last July. So that is why Caitlin is giving an update just on the consultation with that commission, because that was the previous condition of approval.
I just want to make sure we don't leave anybody out.
No, and that was all, and I think, having been the one to to add in a lot of that information, I do think that was pretty thoroughly addressed. The main reason that the Indigenous Commission is so involved in this specific part of the requirement is because the building was only found eligible because of its involvement with the Indigenous rights movement. So not that other important things don't happen in buildings or happen in places, but they're not always enough to make it significant. And this was what made the building significant.
I think what Commissioner Dominguez is trying to point out is that it does seem like there's more to this than reaching that one important event here and stopping. That there are many important events with that building. It's important to a lot of people. It's not just important to one group of people. Is that the point you were trying to make?
Well, I just want to make the historical values of, for example, the first Mexican-American judge that was appointed to be in the municipal court. None of that I don't see it. And so I just want to make sure that we don't leave anybody out. Mr. Neal, who was the first Black officer that was in that building, he was the first Black police officer for the city of Flagstaff. So is that in the report?
The judges absolutely are. The report has a discussion of every judge who was in that building. However, that did not end particularly well, if you've read the report. And so basically the phase one report addresses all of the potentially significant things that happened in the building that we could find a actual record of, or that somebody could relay to us, because we did talk to the old police chief. One of my employees had, a couple hour discussion with him about everything that happened, not just about this event. And so the phase one lines all of that out. And at the end of it, what we do is determine which of those meets national significance. And none of those met national significance. It is eligible under the city for government, but on the national level, this is what makes that building significant.
Again, I'm just going in through my old computer system. And like the police fire specialist system that was, the fire department was on strike and the police department also took over. So all of those little details that happened in that building, I just want to make sure that we document all that history. We don't want to lose any of that. The fire truck took off and they were on the wrong truck. They sat in the bay. So little things like that. And I noticed that you have it in some of the Daily Sun articles about the horn on top, all those little details that I was used to listening to the noon horn blowing. Everybody would set their time because it was high noon and everybody would hear that horn. So I just want to make sure that all this history is documented. I don't want it, because once it's gone, it's gone. So it's a sentimental value for me, but I know there's a lot of folks in Flagstaff that feel this way. That building represents a lot of government decisions. The AIM thing was scary, and I can understand where my indigenous brothers want to sort of not remember that, but it also changed their lives. It made a big change with how the indigenous people were being treated. So I just want to make sure that it's all covered.
So one, this would all be part of the phase one. I absolutely appreciate that. And to be honest, in my office, I have a framed newspaper article, which is in the report, about the horn being removed, because apparently people were very excited because they described it as a dead calf. Like that was the sound. So yes, we talked about the horn. We talked about all the judges. We talked about all of those things. Now, mind you, we obviously can't incorporate every piece of history that exists in a building. However, this walking tour does also offer, the idea will also be that people can provide either a written statement about whatever one of these stops. So it's not just the city hall, but say somebody wanted to provide or add an oral history about something that happened, that will go as part of this tour and be available to the public. So while we do need to keep in mind that it wasn't just, and again, the report it wasn't just AIM that was the issue, or those arrests. It was 20 years of investigation by the NAACP. That happened 3 times while that building was there, and it changed a lot of policies, it changed a lot of lives, and that's what makes it nationally significant. The phase one does not ignore the rest of the history, but since we are past that and on the mitigation measure, that we're just focusing now on what made it nationally significant. However, we also wanted it to make the walking tour a situation where everyone could participate and provide information. So while it will be called the Indigenous Walking Tour, there will be a lot of information about the City Hall, and anybody is welcome to contribute that history, and it will be available. And so I think that my thought was that that is a really good way to keep the conversations going about a building, a place, anything that we may not see anymore, but still remember, right? Is those histories and those conversations. And so that was why the walking tour is set up to be interactive to an extent.
All right, I'm going to ask my question about the walking tour now then. How, who is running this? Who is paying for it? Who is hiring the guides? Who is doing like, how do we make sure that that is something that is maintained over time? We've talked several times about mitigation on this commission being something that can't put a burden on someone. And so the question then is, that's a great idea, but what if two people do it and it fizzles out and then we've lost the only mitigation we have for this building? And I know you've suggested some other things, but I'm just thinking long term about, you know, some of the concerns that we have about losing this building. If we don't have permanent mitigation, then we've lost it. So
So I think the easiest way would be to describe how the tour is going to work, and I probably should have started there, but I'm not one to preface things. So let's talk about that. Because yes, there will be no guides. Nobody can maintain that. We needed to find a permanent solution for this, or at least a relatively permanent solution. And also, not having a guide is kind of helpful in the sense that it allows people to do it whenever they want, right? So the expectation will be to set up permanent QR codes at these locations that will go to a website that houses a history, photos, oral histories, all of that people can read if they would like. And then the only complicated part that we have not gotten over, because this does allow it to be permanent, Hilton is going to pay for the website and the QR codes, et cetera. That was part of our the mitigation. And then the one problematic part is that we really want to incorporate Indigenous businesses or owners, and those change. So our current solution to that would be to have a temporary QR code that people could put up in their building. And there are hours set up for the next 5 years, not a significant amount of hours, but if a building changes hands, they could reach out to us with the information on the building and we could upload it. We would not be doing any additional research. However, that would be strictly to businesses, which they'd be more apt to provide accurate information to us anyways. Unfortunately, there aren't that many Indigenous owned buildings downtown for obvious reasons, but there are a few Indigenous run businesses, in particular, the gallery. So that is I mean, I'm always open to suggestions, but when we walked through it with the Indigenous Commission and we went through it, our concern was exactly the same thing, is that it has to be relatively standalone. And since we are speaking about historic information and primarily only historic information with primary sources, it should not change the basic information about the structures, buildings, et cetera, the places. And that would be the key. Any historic information would have that is specifically housed and not counted as a oral history or a contribution has to come from primary source. That way we know it's not going to change. Does that help?
This may be a hard question to answer, but it's something that approached in my mind as you were explaining the walking tour and Hilton paying for the website, for the QR codes. If this hotel were ever to become, say, bankrupt or sold to somebody else, how would the walking tour be taken over if it could?
It is and it isn't a hard question, but it is a good question. So if the Hilton became something else, most websites, especially we're talking fairly simplistic at this point for these, you can buy a permanent license to it. In theory, it won't go away, which means it's not a continuous payment. It's not going to be, it won't matter who owns that building. The QR codes, with the exception of the businesses, would be permanent. So in theory, once it is set up, it should largely run on its own and not require or be influenced by ownership.
This might be a out of the sky question. Is there a cornerstone in that building?
In what building? Oh, in City Hall? No.
Okay, I was just thinking if we could save the cornerstone at least. That way we could.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was very confused because that is the name of my business. I was like, what? And actually, so no, I got confused. Yes, there are cornerstones, I believe. There is one cornerstone left. However, there are some potentially more interesting things that we found in the building. We found the original sign, brass sign from the building itself. We also found some large format photographs of locals and indigenous community from a Flagstaff photographer that was just left in the basement. That, as we'll discuss, will also be incorporated, but I think the rest of the team could probably answer the viability of a cornerstone better than I could, just because I'm not an architect. But they do exist.
I just want to keep as much of that building's history, if we could reuse it. I mean, I'm thinking the flagpole. I'm thinking the staircase. I mean, I've gone up those staircases, those 1960s staircases that were made out of shiny aluminum.
They're so slippery.
They're not there no more. Anyways, I went to go pay my speeding ticket there. So I remember that. That was important to me. But anyways, I wonder if there's stuff that we can save out of that building that if we're going to demolish it, let's keep some of that history.
And I agree, and to what I'm about to say is somewhat of a personal opinion, but I think that is why it is important that this document and the as-built be put publicly available so that the history doesn't go away, but we also want to keep in mind that not everybody has positive memories about this building. A lot of people don't. And so I think it's would be really nice to, and we have tried to find that line of that balance of preserving it. We're obviously open to suggestions beyond that are relevant to the phase 2 or mitigation.
Well, I sort of disagree with you. Not everybody has a negative feeling about that building. There is positive feelings about that building. And so to me, let's just be fair. If there's some bad feelings, I had to pay a ticket to in that building. It wasn't a positive feeling, believe me. But I also had some good things happen in that building, like paid my first water bill of my first house. So, I can remember a lady named Barbara, and she was the tallest lady that I have ever seen. And she was the nicest person that worked for the city of Flagstaff at that time. So there was positive things too. So I don't want to go on a tangent where we start to label the building. It's been a good building. And it worked. It served us well for as long as it was in the city of Flagstaff's name. I know it's not in there in the city's name anymore, but let's preserve some of that historical values. It just bothers me that it's becoming disposable. And if we could save some of it and carry it, I mean, I understand the walking tour, and I think it's a good thing. But I want to see stuff. Oh, look, it's just like the monuments that are on the border right now that are on the other side of the border. My daughter jumped across the border to go touch it to do the Arizona.
The AZT,
yeah, and it's on the wrong side, but it's there and it's visible. And so, I mean, if we can save even one piece of a rock, I would be happy. Thank you. Sorry, I go on a tangent, but I really get emotional with the historical parts of Flagstaff and what it's meant to the citizens of Flagstaff. And a lot of those citizens are not here anymore because they're bye-bye, and I'm getting close to that point too. But the idea is that you save it for the future generations to relish and to say, hey, look, this is what happened. Like, for example, the AIM stuff. it was scary. I was here. I remember those parades and the people with M16s on top of the rooftops and all the stuff that was going on.
Mhm.
But we learned from it. And it was history. It's part of Flagstaff's history. Let's not throw it away. Let's make sure we preserve whatever we can. And uh, and I know that progress is progress, but I want to make sure we get a little bit of it.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously absolutely agree to extent. That's what devoted my whole life to doing, or my whole professional life at least. And one thing I think that would probably help would be to look at that phase one report, because it is not all negative in there. Again, we're now focusing on the national significance, but that's not all that's discussed in that report. And we did try, and we did to reach out to community groups, to talk to people who worked there, and those are in there too. So obviously not every story is in there, but we put what we could.
Commissioner Hayes has a comment online or question.
Yes, I have a suggestion. I had designed replacement waysides for a national park unit, and I was advised to not put a permanent QR code on the actual sign itself, but to put a dedicated box where that QR code would be, and to print um, like weatherproof stickers or something that can go there because pages change or hosted different places. And then the other thing is that on the floor plans for the drawings, there is no north arrow, and that would be very helpful to orientating what you're looking at.
Sure, I can add a north arrow when I fix my mistaken address. The QR codes, that is a suggestion that has been given to us. The downside to that is that, again, what Commissioner Dale brought up, which is that would require somebody to stock them, to print them, and that would not be sustainable. And the idea is to have a permanent as possible walking tour. So, but yeah, I mean, the stickers was probably one of our first options, because then people can also display them. But again, there's no guarantee that that could continue to exist in those locations. But it would be a good idea.
Well, I think how it was explained to me when I was working with Harper's Ferry Center is that printers now you can use different paper that is like weatherproof and they can last for a really long time. So it's just it means is that you don't have to change out the whole wayside or the whole sign if you're just going to change the QR code.
Correct. And again, the primary information, with the exception of the businesses, which we would be using something like that for it. Again, the focus on primary data sources is that the QR code should never be changing. If it is a permanently hosted website, it is a permanent display that is not being added to regularly. There are definitely concerns, but we've tried to mitigate that as best as we can because we want it to be sustainable on its own.
I had some questions about the photos and maps too,
Sure.
since I think that's the bulk of this item. And mostly that's because I'm used to seeing like Habs hair and like those kinds of style. So Alicia might be able to add some insight too into, and what'd you call them, at point?
As built.
As built. I was
So
way off on that one.
basically,
So my first question is, there's no like depth on them. Like they just kind of look like flat facades rather than like the sort of, elements being set back, and maybe that's just standard, and there's no depiction of like the building material, like where's the Malpai stone versus other building materials. And again, part of that is just because I'm used to seeing Habs hair, and maybe that's just not part of the style, but I think that would be really nice. You guys did a great job with measurements and putting in, windows and even like little air conditioners and doors and things like that. But it would be nice maybe to have some depiction or description of what kind of building materials are incorporated into the building.
I could add those to the maps. In the future, I would suggest requesting a HABs. Because yes, they are just different approaches. And as-built is largely a blueprint. So no, it does not have the level of detail that a HABs would. And we don't have to describe coursing. We don't have to do all of that. But I can add an at least narrative detail on the map that would probably make it a little more helpful. I could potentially add in some stones, but they would not be HABs accurate. But at least then it would more look like what you're, if that's what you're getting at, is you want to look at it and see the idea. So it wouldn't be accurate, and we could just put a little note about that, but you know, like accurate per rock.
Yeah, and I don't think we didn't request a specific kind of architectural drawing. We requested a phase 2, which requires architectural drawing. Does the city require a specific, or is it just?
You specifically requested in the condition as-built drawings and architectural elevations and archival photography. So those were the 3 specific things that the commission requested.
Okay, I may have been gone. If that was like last June, July, I would have been gone. So
Yeah,
that may have been.
and so that's why we took that approach. We took the recommendation or the expectation literal.
I assume then too, that's why none of in the interior drawings, there's no labeling of like what rooms were used for, like where the jail cell was and like that kind of stuff.
No, because as-built are as they exist now, and those rooms are not recognizable anymore. Because they've been turned into 50 office buildings or office. So that is the thing. It was very disappointing that because the building is not to code and hasn't been for a very long time, and it flooded and lost all of our records, we don't have the original blueprints, which would have been nice. But again, as we're running into even on additional projects, the flood code issues in that building led to where we only have like a very basic drawing, which was in the report, of where things were. And some of them you can kind of infer when you've had a lot of time or if you've been in the building prior to it being changed. But it's not, but as far as the as-built goes, they're not recognizable as those types of things.
Great, thank you for that clarification. And then my next question was on the photos. And again, maybe this is just because this is what we requested, but they all seem to be like looking up instead of flat. None of them have scales. Some of them are a little bit blurry. Some of them cut off edges of the building. Some of that could also just be the ability to get specific angles.
Correct. So it is not typical for us to do building archival photographs with scales in them. Mostly because, especially at a building that size, it would be very difficult to see the scale. There should be 2 sets, because I actually, when Lauren and I had a discussion about it, I went and bought a wide angle lens because I could not get the shots that you wanted. So there's 2 sets of photos, and the first set of photos, that's why pieces are cut off. But I did get full photographs of all of the sides. And those are all in RAW, and that's why they appear darker, etc., is because they are RAW photographs, which means that they have an incredible amount of detail and data and can be adjusted to what you want. And so the ones that I put back into the report, I adjusted the lighting, etc. But I wanted to make sure you guys had the original RAW photographs.
Great, thank you. And Alicia has her hand up.
Yeah, I wasn't able to access the photographs till today, but my first notice was that they are rather dark and not always straight on, rather sort of like the building isn't is sometimes not straight in the frame.
Yeah, again, in the report, I adjusted those things. I gave you the original RAW photographs. As far as them, in particular, what Commissioner Dale mentioned about some seeming like they are up, that largely is on that north side, and that's because there's only about 8 feet of clearance. You cannot get, there's not enough room between it and the next building, even with the wide angle, to get a straight on shot. So I tried to add a couple of those photos for that reason.
I have another question about also the as-built. So what is the standard then that you use?
So unlike a HABs hair, which has an NPS documentation, as-built are just defined as a plan view and a plan view of the extent of the building and measurements. That is it. If we would have added in what rooms were which, had they been visible, or had it been still more in the original condition. But that is not required for it. It follows similar standards as a blueprint would.
Yeah, I review them in my day job often enough, but they generally have more detail than these.
Probably because they're done by engineers pre-construction would be my guess. Pre-construction versus an as-built for, well, no, actually that wouldn't make sense. These are, any additional detail is always allowed to be in, but that is not the standard. And I'm guessing that when you review them in your day job, that there is a lot of variation. At least there has always been from what I've seen. Outside, beyond these minimum requirements.
Anyone else? Jesse?
One more question, sorry.
Yeah, no.
At the bottom of that flagpole is a plaque. And I'm trying the hardest to remember what it says, but is it donated by the Woodmen of the World? I don't remember.
You were just telling me about this. What the bottom of the flagpole says?
Yes, there's a metal plaque there that we plan on saving.
Yeah. I can't remember. And to be honest, I was just walking by the building today and took some photos of the poppy, and I was like, oh, I should look at the flagpole. Because Jim had mentioned to me about the.
It's in the picture. Like you can see it.
But yeah, it says, I can't remember who it was donated by off the top of my head. But but the Hilton does have plans to save some of these pieces, which they'll discuss further.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, so I have some questions.
Okay.
I honestly do not remember us bringing up the idea of an Indigenous walking tour. And so I honestly have not had time to go through all these documents. I usually read everything, but I have not had the time since last Friday to read these long documents that have been submitted. So I do not remember who came up with the idea of an Indigenous walking tour.
Yeah, the condition of approval was interpretive mitigation for the National Register of Historic Places criteria A significance, which is that AIM movement significance that Caitlin discussed earlier, to be developed in conjunction with the Indigenous Commission and reviewed by the Heritage Preservation Commission. And so in consultation with the Indigenous Commission, since HPC has reviewed it, is where the concept of the walking tour came from. And again, it is still under development and not a voting item today, but Caitlin, it will come back, but Caitlin is accepting feedback at this time. But that is the specific condition of approval.
So my discussion of it largely is to show that request has and is being met, just like if we were to put a plaque up, right? You know, we wouldn't necessarily have all the verbiage done right now, not necessarily entirely worked out, but my role here would be to show that we have taken the steps to meet the mitigation measure that was requested as part of the phase 1.
Thank you for that, because I really didn't remember. And I love the idea of the walking tour. It should be done no matter what, to acknowledge that history here. I agree with Commissioner Dominguez. History isn't always happy. And sometimes when it's not happy, we really should embrace it and learn from it and not repeat these things. So I'm not one to remove things that are uncomfortable. I think we need to embrace them. So I love the walking tour idea. I'm curious, these slides here, like I said, I have not had the time to read all of this. These slides that you've shown, what is the source of those? Were those provided to us?
No, these were put together by me to explain the walking tour. This mitigation measures comes from your letter that you provided, and this comes from the report. So the only materials that you have not previously been provided would be just that brief update on the walking tour. However, there is some discussion in the letter that the Indigenous Commission put together on their thoughts about the building.
Well, I do have a question. How does it work with two commissions that did not meet together to discuss these things? Like another commission can overrule a second commission? How does that work?
The final interpretive item and in the items on the agenda today are approval items by the Heritage Preservation Commission. So the Indigenous Commission, provided essentially a public comment that you have to consider. And the Heritage Preservation Commission had specifically requested that the interpretive mitigation be developed in consultation with the Indigenous Commission. And so I believe the plan is that Cornerstone will continue to work on that with the Indigenous Commission, probably receive their approval, and then it will come back for final approval here by the Heritage Preservation Commission based on the previous condition of approval and the terms outlined.
It seems like maybe we should meet together and work together as opposed to being kept in separate camps. So I need clarity on the process here and what the outcome of approving the phase 2 would be, which I can't approve it because I haven't read it and I have to read everything before I'll vote for something.
The Indigenous Commission is not voting on the phase 2. That is only the Heritage Preservation Commission.
But the mitigation is tied to the phase 2.
No, it is not.
It's tied to the phase 1.
Right now, you're only voting on the phase 2 cultural resource study. That is this agenda item. So does it meet the previous condition of approval, which was requiring completion of a phase 2 cultural resource study to focus on architectural documentation to include archival grade photography, as-built drawings, and elevation drawings to be reviewed by the Heritage Preservation Commission. So that's this current item, is whether or not what was submitted is sufficient. Caitlin is, because as what is up on the, she had on the other screen and what I provided in the staff report, there were 5 previous conditions of approval, and I believe Cornerstone is just giving you an informational update on the other conditions, but you are not voting on the interpretive mitigation right now. We're just voting on the phase 2, which is in your commission's purview.
So to clarify the timeline, we saw the phase 1 first in May. We said no, we voted against it because we wanted to see some of the changes like what Commissioner Dominguez brought up again today.
Correct.
They went and did further research. It came back to us in July. We approved it with these 5 conditions.
Correct.
Then they went and talked to the Indigenous Commission as we asked. And then it's just coming back, and the only new thing that we are voting on are the photographs and the drawings.
Correct. And yeah, that phase 2 level documentation is what you're voting on in this item.
And then mitigation would be brought up in the next agenda item where we discuss demolition, and then continuing with conversations, we vote again on specific mitigation measures.
You're not voting on specific, new specific mitigation measures, but you will, the 5 things outlined here in the original approval. 1 has already been taken care of, as I outlined. The first one was addressing grammatical corrections in the report to be approved by me as a Heritage Preservation Officer, and I did that last July. That's taken care of. So you are looking at the second, and if you don't mind stopping sharing your screen, Caitlin, I can pull it back up. Hold on.
And Chair, I just want to let you know that you have a commissioner with their hand up.
Commissioner Hayes, would you like to speak?
I was just going to mention that I personally would like to see the changes that I recommended to the drawings and have us see those again before approving them.
And that is something that the commission could decide. So here, I've pulled back up the staff report here, and here's the previous commission decision, which has those 5 previous conditions of approval on the phase 1 and outlines the 2 previous meetings. And yes, the commission could decide to request specific corrections to the phase 2 and have it come back to the commission for approval. You could also request specific conditions of approval and to be reviewed by me, whichever, but.
This is a pretty significant property that's come before us. I think that I would like to see the changes before the commission.
From my question would be, you guys have brought up 2 changes, which are grammatical and a north arrow. You mentioned you have seen more. If you are, I would need the commission to be very specific if the original mitigation or the original condition is being changed. I'm not sure how that works for myself on on the contractor end.
Didn't Commissioner Dale also ask about more detail in the facade drawings, on the
Yes.
elevation
Yes.
drawings? And I think you mentioned that basically these drawings were at the minimum. I think that we'd like to see a little bit more detail. I know I would, and I'd like to see the correct address and a north arrow on the floor plans.
So yes, they are the minimum. Are you requesting a different document? Because without requesting a specific type and style, I can only meet the requirements set by the commission, which is what these are. I'm happy to add the more detail because I do agree that that can be very helpful, the material types, et cetera. And we did discuss that.
If you would like us to give you a very specific style for the as-built drawing, a standard to use, then I would then request that we shelf that and have an opportunity to think about that and bring it up at the next meeting.
I would caution changing the previous condition of approval. This is what the commission already voted on requiring. So I think it is, very fair to ask for specific corrections that meet what the commission previously requested. But requesting a different type of document, a HABS level document, something that was not previously requested, was outside of what the applicant or Cornerstone were asked to prepare.
I think the 2 things that I would like to see in these as-built drawings is a better depiction of building materials and a little bit better depiction of 3-dimensionality. And looking at the east elevation, for example, and it looks like there's just like one big flat facade, but half of it is like a roof with air conditioners on it. It's just like really hard to see that actual distinction between where like the roof ends and the wall starts. So maybe some shading just to really show some of the depth. Like it doesn't look like this is a carport here. It looks like just a, continuation of a roof line. So
it is that it's not a carport. But you're right that is a good point. That if it's not looking like what it is, I would say that would be outside of the as-built. Happy to do it. I have somebody who can do it. It would be interpretive, obviously, because that is the difference between getting into as-built and. So as long as that's fine, we can definitely add that.
I mean, I did a Google search. Maybe they're not the best examples, but I'm seeing a lot of as-built drawings that have shading and like look like they have shingles and siding on them. So I don't think it's outside the scope of what an as-built drawing is. But again, Google could be lying to me.
Yeah, of what they can be, which is why I said I'd be happy to add those. Because I agree, if you can't, the idea of these should always, while we are only required to do what is asked, I do want it to be representative of the building. My only point was that it's going to be a little bit less accurate. And as long as that's not an issue, because everything's not measured, like that's why they.
Yeah, and I mean, I've definitely seen HABS hair drawings too, where they just sort of like have like, here's kind of what the rock would look like, but they don't do the entire facade. So I think just demonstrating like, hey, these like, hey, look how much of this building is Malpai stone and this part is a roof, like could really, I think, make it look more like the building that it is. And I agree with Alicia that I would like to see those again, just because I'm a visual person. But other people can disagree with me.
I agree that there needs to be more detail. I'm looking at her screen because I'm not a computer person and I'm looking at Emily's screen. And I agree that a lot more detail would be useful. And if the drawings aren't useful, then there's no point in having them. You can label them however you want. And I get your point about HABs versus as-built. But if the drawings aren't useful, then it doesn't matter what you call them. So our purpose in asking for drawings was to have a clear representation of what the building is. And so I agree that we need to see more detail. And I'm looking at your pink, thank you, Commissioner Dale, your pink example of sorry, I'm tired, of the mitigation methods or mitigation requirements had 4, but there are actually 5 here. And so that's just not as clear as maybe we want it to be. And I know that's just informational. But the other thing I'm thinking about is number 4, the Malpai rocks being incorporated into the new building, preferably on blah, blah, blah. Not all Malpai is the same in that there are cornerstones. So I think that some clarity would be useful if this is all that's going to happen. I think the commission should be given the opportunity to clarify the outcomes on these things. And I will say that at that meeting, when these mitigations came up, we were pressured hard to come up with stuff. We were pressured to do that. So they're not going to be perfect. And I think that we should be given the opportunity to clarify these. For example, well, our cornerstones still okay. We should go over and look at the building and not just say Malpai, because Malpai is vague. And this is important to this community. There are a lot of people who care about that building for good or bad, whatever it is. It is part of this community and has been for 70 years. So I think that I'm not willing to cut off this discussion. I would like to see this come back, and I would like to have the time, like a whole month, to go through this and read it, because 4 days or whatever it is not enough time when people are busy. And so that's how I feel about this, is that I agree with my colleagues here that this could be more informative than what's been submitted. That's not a criticism, it's an evolution of the documentation.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm happy to do that, and I'll let Lauren speak as well. My one point would be just to, we'd be happy, would have been happy to do HABs, and we're happy to add more detail because I do agree. But specifically in my job and some of the people's jobs here, those terms really do have a specific meaning. And so if you're requesting something specific, it needs to be ideally, because I'll give any, be happy to create whatever it is that you guys would need, want, like to see archived, but I would also need good instruction and clear instruction, which this was, but is not, like you said, you're trying to evolve.
I know it was a year ago and I wasn't at the July meeting, but do we remember why the commission decided on as-built drawings as opposed to HABs here?
The commission did not discuss it.
They just said we want as-built drawings?
Correct.
So was it
That's
just something
my
where, like,
recollection.
Alicia, were you at that meeting?
And it is, I mean, like, for example, a couple months ago, Cornerstone submitted a different phase 2 that you reviewed, and it used these same standards. So that
and was approved. Yeah.
And was approved. So I do think some of it is just the standards, and our code does not call for HABs level. It calls for as-built drawings.
Commissioner Hayes?
Yes, I was actually acting, Emily, because you were out of country, I think. We were pressured to make a decision on the fly, as a bystander said, and I have now learned that we do not have to do that. So we were pressured to make a decision immediately on what the mitigation would be.
Thank you for that clarification. I'll never leave the country again. No, I'm kidding.
Anyone else have anything to say? Or any more discussion points, questions? So if nobody has anything else that we want to discuss, what was the recommended action is to approve the phase 2 cultural study, but we do have we need a motion to move forward, and is someone willing to do that?
I mean, I guess my question is, if we want to see these drawings again, do we need to make a motion to table this with specific measures, or do we reject it? Approve with the understanding that they come, I mean, I don't think we want to approve it till it comes back and we see them.
I would recommend making a motion with the specific things that you would like to see requested in the report, and then it come back to the Heritage Preservation Commission at a later meeting.
So would we be voting to approve it, or just voting to have it come back to us?
Voting to have it, which is what is, you may remember, happened at the May meeting last year with the phase 1, right? You voted for, and it's right here on the screen, you voted not to accept the report and ask for revisions with further reevaluation. So it's a similar motion to that one. So voting not to accept and list specific conditions that you would like to see corrected in the phase 2 to be resubmitted for Heritage Preservation Commission approval.
Yeah, I just want to say I appreciate all the work you guys have put into this and how the report has changed over the past year. It's just, if this building is going away, I want to make sure that it is recorded in an appropriate level of detail, given how central it's been to downtown and to Flagstaff. And the number of people who are here today, I think, is a testament to how much people want to talk about the building. So,
and just to add to the motion, would need to ask, continue to a date certain. So when, specifically you're asking for this to be resubmitted.
Which then I would ask Caitlin, what you can do, what you think an appropriate date is, and also how specific is just saying something that we want more detailed drawings that reflect is that enough?
I think it'd be best to be specific so that we can actually complete what you're looking for, within the understanding that it still needs to be within an as-built level, not a Habs hair level, because that is not something that was planned for, asked for. And as I'm sure you've done, they are incredibly time consuming, especially on a building that large, like months of work. But one thing I did want to mention outside of that, that might be of interest to the commission, it is not part of it. It is not part of what you asked for, and it is not something that we are required by any means to provide. But we do have full walkthrough and LiDAR of the entire building, and from above and inside. So if you're looking for a level of detail, it's probably not going to get better than that, in combination with slightly adjusted drawings.
Well, yes, I would like to see that too.
So I would keep that in mind. I'm happy to provide that with the drawings as part of the piece that will be housed. And my suggestion would be to keep it in that. I think your suggestions were all very good about the stone, the shading. We can do that. That's not a problem. If we were to get into documentation of individual rocks, I think the LiDAR takes care of that. And it will be a visual representation of the building somewhere between, an active participation. And it was something that we were planning on putting into the walking tour anyways.
I have a question, Caitlin. Is our intent of wanting enough detail that people can really understand that building? Is that something that is useful to you to know that? Because we can't anticipate every question you'll come up with. We can't anticipate everything, but if our intent is to clearly demonstrate or have documentation of the building, not at the Habs level, but so that people can really understand what was there. Is that clear? Is that useful? Can you use that kind of
information? I think that's
information?
helpful enough. And I think that's why I was making the point about it might be a little bit more interpretive, but I have somebody who does all of our artistic renditions who can probably turn that into something a bit more obvious. So I think that answer, I think that would be adequate. In just saying that you want it to be recognizable, particularly the elevations. I am assuming we're not talking about the floor plans because that would not make sense.
the materials, the
Right.
relationships of materials, where they were, how they relate to each other. That kind of information is really important.
Yes, and it is in the study, but we can incorporate some of those details in which, again, these drawings go with the study. They're part of it. So we do have those details documented. And we can just, it wouldn't be that difficult to add a key or a blurb that goes on the map to give a little description to that, and then a slight artistic rendering.
And Commissioner Hayes has a question online, and I also just wanted to make a reminder to the chair, but before you get into the motion, we also need to call for public comment on this item if there is any.
I have a question for Caitlin on clarity. Did you say with the LiDAR, you can use that to add the materials aspect to the as-built?
I mean, I'm going to try that, but I don't actually know if I can do that or not. We did actually try that the first go around, and unfortunately my GIS specialist had a difficult time with it. So we will try that, but worst case scenario, at that point, all I could really offer would be a more artistic not artistic interpretation, but we would show that it is stone, but it would not, if the LiDAR could be inlaid, which I do not know if it can, you'd have a very accurate rendering. I just can't say one way or the other, but I can say that I can represent it so you can see that it is Malpai.
And I think that, if it wasn't exactly each stone was perfect, just so that you can see the size of the stone is to relation on the elevation and stuff.
Yeah.
In general, to show that that is the character of the building, because that is so much of its character. That would be great. And then I have a question for Lauren. Do we have to specify when it comes back, or is it when Caitlin can bring it back when it's ready?
No, I don't believe you need to specify. And also, I don't know that it would be possible with the timeline for Caitlin to do this by the next meeting.
Because the material submission time is like next week, right?
It was actually today at noon, because we had a deviation from the usual schedule due to staff availability this month, and we did post this early deadline at the end of last year. But and although this is a continuation, I still don't know that it would be possible for them to even turn it around within a week to make it for next.
We could complete that in a day or two. I don't know that doesn't necessarily change the timeline, but it is possible for us to do that reasonably quickly, assuming I put people on that, and that's what they do.
So I have a question about that process. Because we are not in control of your workflow, and we don't have any right to be asking to be in control of your workflow, can they put in to make it for next month, but withdraw if it doesn't work out for them? Like, we want to be flexible. We're not demanding it come back next month. But if she were to submit for next month and then find out, no, it's not going to be available next month, can't they just withdraw?
We would like the opportunity to do it next month. I think it is because like I said, I think it can be done pretty easily, but that would be dependent because of the change in schedule. I don't know.
Yeah, but because we don't have to give her a time in which to have it back. It can be when she's got it ready, and if it's within meeting the timeline for the city, then we'll see it on the agenda, in the agenda packet.
Correct.
Okay, public participation. Is anyone here for this item, which is 6B? Okay, we have someone. Please come up. I don't have a card for you.
Kat's actually not public comment. Kat is going to be presenting the next piece. So sorry.
Are you thinking you're moving on to the next agenda item? We're not ready.
I believe she's just plugging in her laptop.
It's part of the same agenda item.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could be for the certificate of appropriateness.
Yeah, that is a separate agenda item. So we're going to vote on this one first.
That's where I partially confused you as well, is that these are very overlapping entities. But no. So yeah, I'll let somebody talk if they want.
Is anyone here to speak to item 6B, which is about the cultural resource, phase 2 cultural resource study?
Chair, I'm going to ask for a pause. I think there was a question, there was a card submitted, but there's a question about if they're able to comment. So if we can just pause for one moment before we close the public hearing.
How about if we take a 5-minute break while you figure that out?
That's perfect.
Okay, thank you all.
Oh, I don't, what they're asking is not a complicated endeavor. So in theory, I can get it to you tomorrow. They make ashes, not, my poor girl is sick. Okay, yeah. They don't do it for a single person, believe me. But if I took a picture of it, that generates a style. Well, and so that's what messes with the lighter. They just have to. Yeah. But she said that. However, that should be easier. Lighter on the back. Well, it's rendering they're generating my models, but I can model that to me. Well, right, because I use the lighter. But yeah, I don't usually do artistic stuff, by the way. You probably do more about it. It's like three parts from a thread. What we're asking for to be generated for me. No, they would ask this, we would make it more to be able to understand. Because they're just. More different. Because I was just explaining the difference between them being able to ask you to approve their technical changes like the take like not substitute, but and neither one. Yeah. But I don't. Yeah, but I am. I also my bigger concern is not the first time not having read stuff. And that not that I don't know. That's a requirement to be. So if you consider
Realistically, I'm not gonna. Yeah, you're not gonna. It would just be off right. Anytime before that. Well, and it was a good break for Karen, but Kat does all these rendering sheets from kind of better ideas and got it overlaid. I know, right? And less. Yeah. Well, and as Pat mentioned, there are dozens of lines. Yeah. But it's not at every elevation. We do get that part. Nobody's doing a lot of line drawing at the back of that elevation. You know how many times I've been in that building? I've gotten so many gift cards. We walked in the first day, or recently, and there were paper mache birds. And I was like, take them. And my girl was like, what? Yeah. Oh, people love those stuff, but nothing chickens. Yeah. But the birds were so. Wasn't there an iron? I don't know. Somebody left like $1,000 printer. We did try to see if it works. It does work, but it doesn't work well. And it's only black and white, and you'd have to get it down from the second floor. Yeah. Yeah, it's not worth it. We're a small company. We're not that small. We went there after before. Yeah. You need help or want me to try plugging it into my ArcSys? Yeah, I might we need it. But yeah, or maybe the elevations you want to see, and then I'll run it through. We can do different stylized elevations. We did all of the elevations based off of the drone flight. Basically, yeah. And for whatever reason, my GIS I hadn't really thought about it because we originally had discussed that, even though it's not very hard. I was thinking of it over here, you know, that's what I was getting, but it's not accurate. It wouldn't be part of that. So we couldn't find an accurate way to do it. If they're just asking for or sticking with it, and that's much right. Which, yeah.
Okay, I think that we're ready to reconvene. We do have someone from the public who would like to speak on this agenda item. We have Gail Jackson. Please come up and welcome to the microphone.
Good afternoon, Chair and Historic Preservation Commission. My name is Gail Jackson. I'm the President and CEO of ECONA, the Regional Economic Development Organization. And I'm just here to support this project. I understand that you're looking at the details of this phase 2. And what I would ask you to consider is clarity on what you would like from this particular project owner. They have done great work in collaborating with some of our regional partners. We have connected them with NAU, WL Gore, Purina to document not just the history that's happened, but history that's moving on into the future. And so I think that they have shown a great willingness on how to move forward and are very cooperative. And I just wanted to come here and say, I look forward to how we can move this project together. I understand the importance of history, but delays cost a lot of money. And so let's get very clear on where we want to go together. And I'm sorry, I heard tonight that there was pressure to make a decision. I think the one thing that I would like to see come out of this meeting for this particular owner is how we can get some clear and concise deadlines, timelines, so that we can move this project over the finish line. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? No? Okay.
Can we stop the timer too so it doesn't yell at us in 2 minutes and 12 seconds? Thank you.
Thank you for the reminder.
All right, so we need a motion from the commission, please.
So I think we should just get straight what we want to see before we make a motion and then have to amend that motion. So it sounds like we want basic typo changes to the We want to see the correct address on the elevation drawings and a north arrow on the floor plan drawings, correct, Alicia?
Yes. And more detail for the material.
Yes, and then on the elevation drawings, we also want to see a better depiction of materials and three-dimensionality. Is that a good, yeah, wording? And then I would also like to see the LiDAR data in the next round. Can that be included in the next agenda item?
It isn't part of the previous condition of approval, but I would, if Caitlin, so I would say Cornerstone is not obligated to provide that, but as it sounds like they do already have it available, if Cornerstone is willing to provide it.
I
They
guess
can do so.
I don't need the data, but if
Right.
you have like renderings that you could show us, that would be nice too, if possible.
Yeah, I can have that as part of it. Obviously, like you said, it's not part of the conditions, but I will happily show you what it looks like.
And then we don't need to put a timeline on it, correct?
Correct.
I would like to add one more thing. On the application, the box asking if it's located in an existing historic district, it says no, but it should be yes. It's in an overlay. It's in an overlay, and that's a historic district, yes?
No, on the application, though, there are two different questions. One is it in a historic overlay? And one is it in a historic district? And it is not it was outside of the Railroad Edition Historic District. But it is within the downtown overlay.
Where's that question about that overlay?
Oh, interesting. This one actually does not have, sorry, the certificate application has that. But it is true. It is not individually listed. It is not within an existing historic district because it is outside of the Railroad Edition.
But isn't a local district a historic district?
No,
that
it is not a
overlay-
local district. It is a historic overlay zone, which is different than a historic district. So, and I apologize. The certificate application has a couple additional property information check boxes that have the historic overlay.
Commissioner Hayes.
I'm glad you brought that up, Duffy, because I forgot to ask. On the application, it says, has the structure been inventoried or evaluated for the National Register? Would that not be yes?
Yes, that is something you could have them correct on the application if the commission is interested in doing so.
Is it a yes, even though we haven't approved the report? Or is that because we approved the phase one?
Correct. 'Cause
Okay,
you've
so
already-
this was
you've already approved the evaluation.
Okay, so this was correct in May or in June, July, when it last came to us, and then it just hasn't been updated since then.
Well, this is
dated April
specific to the phase two, so if you could ask for that correction.
So we can add, is that also to correct the form that it has been inventoried or evaluated?
Yes.
All right, so it sounds like we have 3 conditions, one for the floor plan, two for the elevation drawing, and one for the form. Yeah, that was for the plan drawing, or the floor plans. Anything else I'm missing? And then I move to reject, what's the phrasing I would use?
I just, again, I'm pulling up how
I
you
see
did
it.
it with the phase one.
I
If
see
you
it.
want to model similar language.
Everyone ready? All right. I move to not accept the Phase 2 Cultural Resource Study for 19 West Birch Avenue with the ask for revisions to first add a north arrow to the floor plans, to second fix the address on the elevation drawings, and to add more details of materials and three-dimensionality to the elevation drawings, and to amend the form to admit that it has, that's not the right word, to correct that it has been assessed for National Register status.
I second that motion.
Any more discussion? No?
Wait, I have a question real quick. If we, this is regarding the next agenda item. If we reject this, are we allowed to move on to the next agenda item?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clear that up.
Yeah, they're not. They're separate items.
Hey, good to ask questions though. So any other discussion, any other questions? No? All right, then let's do a vote. All in favor of the motion that was put before us, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any opposed? Okay, thank you all very much. That takes us to agenda item C, 6C, which is the certificate of appropriateness for 19 West Birch Avenue.
All right, thank you. And I'm just going to do a brief introduction, hopefully brief introduction, and summary of my staff report before I turn it over to the applicant team here. All right, and apologies, I know we're covering a lot of ground that we covered in the last item, so apologies if I'm repeating any of the information that we've already talked about, but this is the certificate of appropriateness application, so separate from the cultural resource study application for the 19 West Birch Avenue Graduate Hotel project. And the applicant is requesting that the commission approve a certificate of appropriateness for both the demolition of the existing building at 19 West Birch Avenue and the design of a new hotel and parking garage buildings on 3 parcels, including the 19 West Birch parcel and 2 others. And I'm not going to read you all of the parcel numbers. And a little project background. So again, this is a proposal to construct a new graduate hotel and parking garage utilizing all 3 parcels. These 3 parcels are within the downtown historic overlay zone and as such are subject to the design handbook for downtown Flagstaff. And I'm going to skip the phase 1 as we've already talked about that in detail. But that is previous project background that the commission has seen. And you're also aware that it was not studied prior to the current project and is outside of the Road Addition Historic District. And apologies again, here are all of the previous conditions of approval. And as we've already discussed this at length, I'm just going to focus in on condition 3, which is, or sorry, not condition 4 for Malapai rocks to be incorporated into the new building, preferably on the exterior, preferably salvaged, to be reviewed by the Heritage Preservation Commission during the certificate of appropriateness review. So the applicant will demonstrate during their presentation, and it was demonstrated in the application materials where they are using Malapai stone in the new design of the hotel. And just this again is in my staff report, but just a quick summary of where the project is at with the development review and our City of Flagstaff interdivision staff review process. The concept plan for the graduate hotel and parking garage was deemed complete in February. The site plan is currently under review, and a first round of substantive comments by staff have been provided to the applicant last month in April. I commented on both the concept plan and the site plan, requesting that the design have to come to the commission for a certificate of appropriateness. And as our standard practice with this commission, we usually request that the applicant receive a first round of staff substantive comments on the design through that interdivision staff process and incorporate them into the design before it comes to the Heritage Preservation Commission. And so I have provided comments. My first round, just so you are aware, my first round of substantive comments on the site plan included asking for clarification on the exterior and primary and secondary materials per the architectural design standards in our zoning code, as well as the design standards laid out in the design handbook for downtown Flagstaff, and asked also for additional building height measurements to be added to demonstrate that it is within the height as called for by the zoning code and the design standards. And the current submission that you are reviewing reflects their response to those comments. And now I'm just going to quickly recap for everyone the applicability and criteria of approval for a certificate of appropriateness. So certificate of appropriateness is appropriate if the proposed work alters a cultural resource but does so in such a way that is compatible with the historic or archaeological character of the resource, and all major impacts are mitigated such that the work does not diminish, eliminate, or adversely affect the significance or integrity of the resource. And here are the specific criteria of approval. The proposed work is consistent with the purpose and intent of this division. The proposed work is compatible with its context. And B2, we're specifically talking about also the context of the historic overlay zone, which is of course going to include the design standards. And for B1, we're talking about the specific property in question as well. And and C, the cultural resources associated with proposed work have been sufficiently identified and evaluated. Major impacts on cultural resources are sufficiently mitigated, and the proposed work is consistent with all applicable development standards and design guidelines, which in this case would include the Downtown Design Handbook. And I'm also going to go over the applicability and criteria for approval for economic hardship. As you know, my staff recommendation and the staff report included economic hardship. And the applicability here is the approval is appropriate if the proposed work, including demolition and appropriate mitigation measures, will deprive the property owner of reasonable use of or reasonable economic return on the property, or will result in a substantial reduction in the economic value of the property, or will result in a substantial economic burden on the property owner because the property owner cannot reasonably maintain the property in its current form. And here are the criteria for approval. So first, the cultural resources associated with the proposed work have been sufficiently identified and evaluated. An economic hardship exists, such as a lack of reasonable use or return, a substantial reduction in the value, or a substantial burden. Preservation is economically infeasible. The economic hardship is not a self-created hardship. Alternate development has been fully explored, and alternate financing has been fully explored. So now just going into the summary in my staff report of the evaluation of effects and how it relates to the Downtown Design Handbook and to the Heritage Preservation Code. So I separated the two things out, the demolition from the design of the hotel and parking garage. So first, the demolition of the existing building, which, as we discussed with the previous agenda item, is a significant cultural resource per our code. And as such, demolition of the existing building is a major impact as defined in our code. Impacts to resources are major when they are directly or indirectly alter or destroy any of the characteristics that make the resource significant, including when they may diminish the integrity of the resource, including its location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, feeling, or association. And demolition or physical destruction or damage to all or part of the resource is defined in the code as a major impact. And now for the design of the new hotel and parking garage buildings. In the staff report, I went through all of the applicable design guidelines and listed them and evaluated each of them. And I'm, in the interest of time, I'm not going to read you all of those items that were line by line in my staff report, but here is a quick summary of the applicable design guidelines. And myself, as well as the applicant, can answer questions on the design and how they meet the applicable guidelines. But here are the first three that apply to new construction, include the design guidelines for color. And there are also the bulk of them are the specific section for design guidelines for new buildings. And then last, there are also site design guidelines. And again, a lot of the design handbook is specific to rehabilitation of existing buildings. So these three sections are the three that are specific to new construction. And again, I went through line by line in the staff report, and I'm happy to pull any of those up or discuss specific design guidelines. And I'm sure the applicant is also able to answer questions there, but in the interest of time, I'm not gonna go through each of these 20 so items. But I will summarize my staff recommendation to the Heritage Commission is to divide this into two separate requests. And as demolition of the existing building is a major impact, my recommendation is that the commission should require a certificate of economic hardship, which is the process outlined in our code for demolition. And I just, again, reviewed the applicability and criteria of approval for appropriateness and for economic hardship. And my opinion is that the commission should require economic hardship for the demolition. Separating out the new design of the hotel and parking garage, I recommend that it does meet the downtown design handbook guidelines, and the commission could approve a certificate of appropriateness for the design conditioned on a future approval of the certificate of economic hardship and or completion of a temporary delay of demolition, which is a later potential step in our code. But the commission has other options, so I'm also listed all of them here and in the agenda and the staff report. So you could follow the recommended action. You could approve the certificate of appropriateness for both the demolition and the new design. You could, without additional conditions, you could approve it for the demolition and the new design with additional conditions related to the standards and guidelines applicable to this case. The commission could request additional information and continue to a date certain, or the commission could deny the application for both the demolition and the design and require a certificate of economic hardship for both.
As a point of clarification, what would the certificate of economic hardship do? Like, what does that trigger?
And sure, go back to. So in the certificate application, the applicant would be asked to demonstrate the things here. Of course, you are currently reviewing you've approved the phase 1 and are approving or in the process of reviewing the phase 2, but the applicant would submit additional documentation documenting B through F.
So basically saying it's too expensive to keep the building, we have to demolish it.
And it depends on the property and the case. It could be different things. Economic hardship could also apply to a non-demolition case. I mean, it could be that the Secretary of Interior standards are economically infeasible to achieve in a rehabilitation or something, but that would be what you would be asking the applicant to show in order for you to approve it. Commissioner Hayes?
I have a follow-up question from Emily's question. So economic hardship, so for instance, if we said we wanted to see more of the original building incorporated into the design, more local Flagstaff design, then the applicant could then put in for a request for economic hardship. Is that
Correct.
it?
I mean, that is also a case if in the review of the design, my recommendation is requiring economic hardship for the demolition, but if the applicant could, if you had conditions of approval for the certificate of appropriateness that created an economic hardship, yes, they could apply for an economic hardship showing how it would be economically infeasible for them to achieve those conditions, such as you stated, reusing the existing facades in the new building.
And no, the demolition can't go forward until we've approved the design, correct?
The demolition could not go forward until the certificate of appropriateness for the demolition is approved or the certificate of economic hardship. So this application covers both the demolition and the new design. My recommendation was to separate them out.
Yeah, we already approved it, the demolition where the parking garage is going to go, so the shoe hospital is gone.
And
Correct me.
that building
So-
didn't have any integrity left.
Correct. Yeah, it was not eligible or significant. Commissioner Overman?
And just to clarify, so if we require a certificate of economic hardship, that would come back to us for us to approve of it with the documentation that is typically requested for that.
Correct. Yes, you would. That is my recommendation, that you require that, and they would come back for another public hearing with certificate of economic hardship application, and you would review those materials. Commissioner Hayes?
I have two questions for you, Lauren. It seems like this is an awful lot to look at and review, and it's a lot to think that we would approve something today with less than a week of review for something that is a major impact to a significant resource following the design guidelines. Also, I have a question about the city's process. In something like this, in a building in which any construction downtown has a potential to affect other historic buildings downtown, it has an effect or a potential to affect the character of downtown. In something for like a significant resource in a historic area like this, like downtown, why is there not a public hearing or meetings for the public's input on the design?
That is the purpose
now.
of this meeting.
It seems
Um,
like this is the minimal because, 19 West Birch being on as an agenda item is not going to stand out to anybody in the public who may just be looking for something that's going on. I mean, there's no announcement that's made that we'll be discussing this. And if you would like to have, come down and make a public comment, since it is a significant resource and this is a major impact, I'm just wondering if there is another level for a public hearing, because this seems like this is sort of
No,
as
there is-
usual and minimum.
It is as usual because this commission is the commission that has authority over that. So you are the one who is going to make those findings, and that's why it is here. Your decision could be appealed to council, But apart from being within the downtown overlay and having to comply with the design guidelines and having to have done the cultural resource study evaluating the building, otherwise this is a by right development. There are no other, zoning cases that need to go before planning and zoning or council. This really is the nexus, the only nexus for public input. And as it is related to heritage preservation, it is within this commission's purview. And this is the public hearing.
Okay, but if it was like a city building, the city would maybe go out for public input. Is that the difference?
Yes, if it was a major city building, there could be public input through a different process. But again, I think that, maybe if they were trying to rezone, if they were requesting something that needed to go before a different commission, there would be additional public hearings. But again, this is the only nexus in this case.
Okay, I was just curious of the process.
And you are the experts, this commission in identifying both the impacts to cultural resources and, of course, applying the downtown design guidelines, which is why it is here instead of a different commission who does not have expertise in that area. And that, if there are no other questions for me, that was the end of my presentation, and I can turn it over to the applicant who has their own presentation that they would like to share with the commission.
Anyone else have anything? Or shall we invite for the presentation?
Hi, everyone. My name is Kat Cuevas. I work at a company called Dwellings, Inc. out of Denver. We're a mighty team of 4 designers. We are hospitality interior designers and responsible for the design of this hotel. And hoping you get to sit back here a little bit and with some popcorn maybe and enjoy some of our conceptual design for the hotel so that you get a better sense of what's going to occupy this space that's clearly near and dear to Flagstaff's heart. Let's see here. So I want to clarify one thing. When we say Hilton is going to pay for the walking tour, it's not Hilton. Our owner is Jim O'Connell. He's here in the room, and he's a small business owner who owns hotels and has owned hotels. Our company's worked with him for over 20 years, and I can say without a doubt that this project has been by far the most significant, important, and really fun and connected to the community. I've been working on it for over a year. And I've met with people at NAU, I've met with Lowell Observatory, I've met with city leaders, I've met with tribal leaders. We've had community roundtables about what the design entails and how we're trying to encapsulate Flagstaff into the design. So has anybody stayed at a graduate hotel yet? There's 33 of them right now across the United States. Okay, well, this is a great segue then. Just talking about a little bit about what the Graduate is and represents as a brand. They're bucking the system of a traditional hotel. The one that you see in Flagstaff will not be the same one you visit at Stanford or the one that you visit in Auburn, Georgia. They are bespoke to the towns and the communities where they take place. For me, that meant an additional 3 to 4 months of research and understanding the community and the stories and the horn on top of the fire department and the great axe heist from NAU and Buffalo Park and how it was a defunct wildlife preserve that kind of failed because of the wild animals that live there, understanding those stories that make Flagstaff Flagstaff. And these are some of the tenets of the brand that you see on the left. It's not a luxury brand, but it's dedicated to handcrafted design. We'll be working with a lot of local artisans, particularly indigenous artisans, and a couple other options too that we're looking at there. It's driven by community storytelling. So on the stories where you go in, we've got a place for your speeding ticket in our hotel. We've built lots of locations that we can put those items that we're trying to preserve or you're trying to preserve in Flagstaff. And in that way, this building becomes a repository for all things Flagstaff. It's a unique style. It's not for everybody. If you like a AC by Marriott where it's gray and just gray and there's nothing in the rooms, this is not your hotel. It's maximalism. There's lots of color. There's lots of pattern. But everything that goes into the design is specific to Flagstaff. And later I'll show some examples of how we're creating that. So they create a lot of design Easter eggs that visitors to the hotel would come in and say, why did they put a naval anchor as a hook in the middle of Arizona where there's no ocean? Well, that relates back to World War II and keeping the doors of NAU open by bringing the naval officers on campus. So we want to put those little nuggets of history from Flagstaff into the hotel that make guests curious and want to engage with Flagstaff. I think Flagstaff is the destination. And, you know, when you first look at Flagstaff, people think, oh, it's a pass through to get to the Grand Canyon and these beautiful places in Arizona. But our hotel speaks the language of this is the destination. There is so much to see and do here. And by staying at the Graduate, you learn more about this community. So we'll be dropping in lots of Easter eggs, and I would challenge anybody that comes through the door to come in and check it out. And if they could figure out what all the little nuggets of nostalgia and information are in the hotel to walk around. But I could walk around the hotel because I've been so vested in this design, and not a single thing is arbitrary. It is all related back to Flagstaff. And in general, there's a quirky nostalgia, which is something that gives you a sensation of having been there before, or reminding you of a memory like when you went to the police department, or visiting the Lumberjack Cafe, or going down Route 66 in your dad's, 1966 Bel Air, whatever it is. There's some sense of nostalgia. So we'll be bringing in a lot of kind of vintage elements that are sourced locally is the goal above all else. So we have to come up as designers with a concept for our design, for Hilton as a partner. And our concept is that Flagstaff is a point of light for so many different aspects of this community. And I'm sure glad it's a maximalist hotel because you have the influence of Indigenous people. You have the Lowell Observatory, which has made significant contributions to space exploration. You have NAU that continues to be a leader in accessible education for students. You have a vibrant historic downtown area. You have the history of the Santa Fe Railway and the expansion west with the Rorton family. And there's so much there to work with that how do you cohesively put this into a hotel? But I think, as you'll see from some of our renderings, we've done that successfully. And this is just sort of a splash page of all the design elements that we're looking to see. And I know right now the emphasis is on the exterior of the building, but I think it's really important at this stage in the game to consider what's going on and what the heart of this building will bring to downtown Flagstaff. And really, it can be a great capsule for preservation for the things that this committee wants to protect. So this is the exterior rendering. This was done by our architect, and it's a 5-story building. We'll be using the Malpais basalt along the front facade. We have a rooftop deck on the 5th floor, which is part of a rooftop bar and restaurant. And I think it speaks the same vernacular to the other buildings that are around it. It's similar to the Residence Inn, which is also located there, also have a similar height. And a really ample arrival patio where we'll be recognizing our Indigenous tribes. They're the first and foremost design inspiration coming into the building. And there's a long accessible ramp that goes through the front of the building. And on that ramp, we're working with tribal leaders to get permission to embed in the ramp in brass the graduate slogan, which is "We are all students," and we're all still learning from our mistakes. I think we've met, there was talk of that earlier in the 13 tribal languages, and then at the top, of course, it'll be in English. So we'll move on to that arrival patio. This is another place we'll be using Malpais basalt. And looking at some of the design influences, it's the Colorado Plateau Native people. We'll be working with indigenous artists to recreate seed pot drawings. And at the Museum of Northern Arizona, there's over 300,000 examples of insect specimens that are important in tribal cultures, and we'll be working that into the design. And so this is sort of the arrival patio outside of the restaurant. And I want to also state, when I show a rendering, these are conceptual ideas. I don't want you guys to think this is an appropriate time to say, oh, we don't like that chandelier. These are things that have to be signed off on and approved by both ownership, by Hilton, by tribal artists who feel comfortable creating this kind of artwork. So I don't want to get into the weeds very much about specific design details, but the overall intent is that this arrival recognizes and honors indigenous people and tribes. We'll be working with the color story, the Hopi color story, which is important. It symbolizes harvests and the cardinal directions and the four worlds. So working with those themes in this space. We're moving inside the building, and we move a little bit more into some other parts of Flagstaff, particularly the connection to Route 66. Guests will arrive on reclaimed bowling alley floors, which number one, Starlight Lanes here in Flagstaff is one of the oldest standing original bowling alleys in the country. And there's also a significant amount of pine that is used in bowling alley floors. So it's very durable, it connects to your Ponderosa pine locale. And then arriving with 3.5 foot tall statues of Louis the Lumberjack, the original muffler men who grace Route 66 across the country, and some of his pals like, Gemini Jim and Stella Adam and Looney the Pie Gal. So this is that quirky kitschiness that is part of the brand. To the left of the front desk, those are Zane Grey books from the 1960s that'll be done in a Southwestern motif. It takes 1,068 of them, and we're hoping to accumulate that many of them. It's going to be a lot of eBay shopping. But the overall aesthetic with the furniture and the layout is we pull from the Rorden Mansion. I mean, the Rorden Mansion is one of the best examples of arts and crafts design in the world. I was gobsmacked going in there with the value of the Stickley furniture, the original, the Steinway piano that has been continuously tuned for over 100 years. These are the stories that our hotel is hoping to unravel so that more guests visit the Rorden Mansion. And also, through eminent domain, they were the start of Flagstaff and the community that it's become today. So we go back to that origin story, the origin family, for the overarching arts and crafts theme with the lobby furniture. And then the floor pattern is, the lumberjacks on campus throw up their LJs, and if you've moved it this way, that's our floor pattern. So,
Excuse me,
Yeah.
could I just ask a question?
sure.
It is getting late, and you're going into a lot of detail over
Okay.
things that you're saying are not necessarily that have to be approved by other people. Can you skip over that and get to the parts that
Sure.
we're most able to connect with? I think we can hear your intent with connecting to the community,
Okay.
but I think that go into these details that when we're not going to have any impact on that. We're more interested in mass bulk scale, the exterior, things like that.
Sure.
And it's just because it's getting really late.
I hear you.
And we want to give you the time that you need. So
Okay.
thank you.
I think if it's clear at this point that we've committed to Flagstaff seriously, I will just go really quickly over the next few slides, show you where else we're using Malpais basalt, and go light speed because, there's a lot of space here in Flagstaff. Other side of the lobby, we have a library. There's Malpais basalt on the base of this fireplace. This fireplace honors all of the women that have made significant advancements in their field. So it's specifically about the Katie Lees and Bessie White and Georgie White and some of the astronomers that have made amazing things happen here in Flagstaff. This is the cafe that is done. This is the most NAU space that you will see, but I want to highlight that the skateboard walls that we're going to be putting in these large scale screens, working with a native artist and some of his artwork on skateboard decks at that location. We're going to bring back the Lumberjack Cafe, which was previously Granny's Closet, but before that it was the Lumberjack Cafe, and we're going to recreate it. And then our rooftop is a bit of a departure from the first floor, but we're going to be honoring all things Pluto. The color palette comes directly from Pluto, and just a really fun space that looks at the design of space and the concept of retrofuturism, and then also the training that was done here in Flagstaff for the Apollo missions. So these are more. This would be guest corridor. And when I say they're conceptual, they are. I will say they've been approved tomorrow. They go in front of the C team at Hilton, and they've been approved up to that level. So this is not square one. This is a year in. So you can imagine that takes a lot of time and investment on behalf of our owner, and a commitment to make this happen. These are our guest rooms. We have the Louis the Lumberjack Identity Crisis bathroom, and then just a lot of elements. Route 66, it kind of all comes to live here. The copper axe, the shield from NAU. That's R.C. Gorman, who was an alum at NAU, working with his galleries to also do a vase table lamp. And that's just kind of an overview of the design that we're hoping to do. And I know that, I love to see you guys protect what's important and historical, and also to recognize what could be in that space where we're committed to preserving the things that are important in Flagstaff and have it re-energize that part of downtown, but do it responsibly and ethically. Thank you.
I have a question. So one of the commission's requirements for mitigation measures was the Malbas rock being incorporated into the new building. I just want to hear your process for choosing where you incorporated it in this design and why you did so.
I think we used it in focal features where it was going to make an impact. And I want to be clear too that based on the Indigenous Commission's report that we're going to be using differently sourced. There's no such thing as new rock, but it's going to be rock separate from the demolition of the city hall, because we, part of learning from our mistakes is also realizing when it's time to honor those requests. And to us, it doesn't mean we can't use the plaques or the speeding tickets or other fun things that have been unearthed in the building, in different parts of the building, but we used focal features really. And I think around the base of the building, it's nice because there's going to be planting strips and beautiful natural things that are happening, and it's part of the local vernacular. So the goal is not to make it look like it belongs in New York City.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. This is very much not New York City. I know there was some comments earlier. This is still focusing on the Stonehenge, Malpais Rock Stonehenge, that the commission was rushed last year on the mitigation measures. And I wasn't on the commission back then, and I was wondering, do we know who made that exact mitigation measure? Because I'm just curious, like, how much were they picturing the Malpais stone would be incorporated into the new building, and that if their desire has been met? That's what I'm curious about.
I will say the conversations we had, at least in May, and I'm assuming they continued in June, is that it would make a part of the exterior of the building, which is not something that I'm seeing here. It's all along the bottom, and you're talking about plants being in front of it. So is it even going to be visible So yeah.
I will say the commission did not decide where it should go and did specifically talk about it could be on the interior. They allowed like it could be reused in fireplaces or used in fireplaces. It did not have to be on the exterior. And that is what was in the final motion, was it preferably on the exterior, but nothing was specified about how much had to be used or where. And there was the flexibility with it could be interior or exterior, and it could be new or salvaged.
And if we want to for discussion today, want to specify, can we do that now, or is it too late?
I'm sorry, what is the
Specify like how much of the new building via mitigation measures should contain malpass rock?
I would say to that, again, the commission before just said it had to be used. So it is, they are showing it in the design. And I think, and I know Commissioner Hayes has a question. So I do, the specifying that a certain percentage or something of the exterior of the building has to be in malachite stone, may not be something that the applicant is willing to consider, or it would be forced to consider based on the previous condition of approval. And as Commissioner Hayes already pointed out, it could also pose economic challenges in the design as being a more costly material. So that could, result in them in a certificate of economic hardship application or an appeal. Commissioner Hayes.
I think since the design guidelines that fall in our area to review have more to do with the impact in the historic district and to downtown. So we were thinking exterior. And this is also in the context of asking how much of the building could be incorporated into the new building. So we were talking about the exterior stone. Really, a lot of the things to do with the design and everything at the interior don't really fall under our review. The exterior is much more of what will have an impact in downtown on feeling, association setting, all of those things that impact integrity of downtown. And then the things that we would be reviewing.
And correct, all of the interior design here is not part of the certificate of appropriateness review. You are reviewing the exterior design as submitted in the application packet. And the malpai is shown on the exterior for clarification.
And I think our intent with showing the interiors, knowing it's not part of your motion, is that we did want to demonstrate from ownership that there is a commitment to honoring Flagstaff. And, an exterior of a building, we can do that. We can add more malpais basalt if that feels relevant. But we want to demonstrate the intent that the project is serious about honoring what this commission has put together to protect.
Can you speak a little bit too then about how you feel the exterior of the building captures that spirit? Because you've spent a lot of time talking about how the inside does, but I'm not seeing that same commitment in this building. So can you speak to the exterior and how it captures some of these themes?
So the exterior falls under the purview of the architect. And if I'm being 100% honest, I would like to see, more of that happen on the outside. And if we're talking about materiality, these are changes that are fairly simple to make as far as planning for the building. The structure is in place, and how we clad it, we can definitely make those changes that feel relevant to Flagstaff. But I think that's definitely what you're also here to protect and show more on the exterior. I think the color palette is relevant to downtown and fits within the staff study that was done as well.
Is the architect here to answer that question?
No.
Okay.
I like your interior.
Thank you.
There's just a couple things that are missing. My dad was working here in 1917 at the sawmills. You never mentioned that, and also the railroads. So can you put those in there too somehow?
They're in there. We have, again, I don't have the time to go into every Easter egg that we've created, but the Riordan family is recognized, the sawmill is recognized, the railroad is recognized. They're in there, I promise.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Commissioner Hayes.
Yes, when I was looking at the design guidelines earlier, some things that I jotted down was that any design should respect original character and avoid or removing alternating material. So when I look at the design that we have seen tonight for the exterior of the building, or rather what was submitted for the exterior of the building, yes, that doesn't look like Flagstaff to me. That doesn't look like anything like the material that has been at that space and location um, since for 70 years. Downtown's historic character is not decorative. It's part of the city's major civic and economic assets. People come downtown to Flagstaff because it feels like Flagstaff, not because it feels like, any other town that they could go to with another off the shelf design. And I'd like to point out that people think of Flagstaff as probably the highest economic drivers because it's on the way to the Grand Canyon. My understanding is that the largest economic driver for Flagstaff is its downtown character and those individual buildings. And so it's our job to be sure that that is taken into account when there's a new, large, massive construction that's going to diminish those other buildings and be of a completely, it needs to be of compatible materials.
And I think ownership is absolutely receptive to changing what the brick is to sand. No, but I mean, we'll look at that, but it's something we understand, but would also challenge the current vernacular on the residents in it is brick. There's buildings downtown that feel definitely more modern. I think the City Hall and the library have done a beautiful job of using the Malpais basalt, but there's, as far as design consistency goes, I think there's some room for flexibility here as well.
I'd like to answer that I wasn't involved in reviewing the other hotel, and what's come before us is to review following the design guidelines. So that other hotel, actually, we just don't take that into consideration.
Sure, understood.
I believe the Residence Inn is also outside of the overlay in the downtown district, correct?
No, it's within the overlay.
Is it? When did
Yes.
that get
And,
done?
and part of the downtown design guidelines is fitting in with, as you probably saw in my staff report, fitting in with the neighboring buildings, which does include the Residence Inn.
Well, I would like to address that because I think the point of, excuse me, an overlay is not to connect to new buildings, it's to connect with the historic buildings. And so we do not want to make, excuse me, our standards associated with the new buildings. That's not the point is not that. And we also didn't have enough input on that building when it went in. My husband and I were the only two people here who commented. So I agree that this building could be anywhere. I also am very concerned about a rooftop restaurant and bar. You might not know this, but we have a sound problem in Flagstaff with bars and things making noise and getting into the neighborhoods. It's a big problem. And I'm really not happy about a rooftop bar. Also, we have two true historic hotels in the historic overlay, in the National Register District.
Yep.
Those owners have worked extremely hard with those buildings and taking care of them. And they have to follow the Secretary of the Interior standards, I believe. And actually, the people, Sam and Henry with the Weatherford, our downtown would not be where you want to be without them. So I feel very concerned that their businesses not be overrun by another business close by. It just seems like it's not taking care of our community to do that. So one, I really don't like a rooftop bar because I don't want to hear it at my house and I don't want my friends and neighbors who live in the other historic areas to hear it either.
Yeah, that's part of feeling.
It's part of feeling. There you go. And also, I don't think that this hotel looks anything to do with Flagstaff. That I think we're looking at what would be the corner of Beaver and Birch. And it says
Correct. The parking lot is at
Birch and LaRue.
Birch and LaRue,
Birch
yeah.
and
So it's
LaRue,
taking up a huge block of very prominent space in downtown.
Yes, and one of the first things in the design guidelines for downtown, which should have been updated decades ago, it talks about building form and scale, and they should appear similar in mass and scale with historic structures in the area. Disturbingly, at the bottom, it talks about the 60-foot height and then a recommended height of 55 feet. So this document is confusing and it needs to be updated. But the intent is that you don't put a 5-story building next to a single-story building. So I know the code allows it, but
Correct.
just because you can doesn't mean you should. So I do have a concept for you all to consider, because people really do love the old city hall and we have reckoning to do with it and bad things that happened there, but good things happen too. There is a whole block where the St. Mary's schools used to be, a whole block where you could take your hotel and your parking garage and make them bigger. You'd have access off of Humphreys. You would have no alleyways next to buildings. I know the downtown business people would like more active space around the pace of.
Chair, I'm going to interrupt you. You're off topic.
No, I'm not. I am not
You
off
are.
topic.
This
Because this is an overlay. And the intent of the overlay is to keep the character of a downtown. And already tonight, the discussion has used a new building that's not in character with downtown as the standard. So I disagree with you. And I think that if they could have a bigger building and a bigger parking garage, it meets city needs. It could be designed without alleyways in the way, and it could be more successful for them
The
and for
item
the
that's been
city.
agendized is the item at 19 West Birch. It is not another site within the city. Your purview is not to make filling comments about whether you want a rooftop bar. This is about, does this design meet the design guidelines? So I'd just like to keep you on topic.
I would like to
And-
clarify that when I said feeling, I was using the Secretary of Interior standards for integrity, not a personal feeling or opinion. And so I was just pulling Duffy's comments back into discussions about the character of the district.
Noted, thank you. But other comments have been not related to the Secretary of the Interior.
But our purpose here is to protect Flagstaff's historic areas. And I'll just leave it there. That is our purpose. It's in the code, right? And so to Ms. Jackson's point of moving this along, this is the first we've seen of it. So we're not slowing things down. This is our first view of this. We did not know about the hotel and parking garage when 2 buildings were lost. So I can hear your enthusiasm, but hopefully you can understand where we're coming from.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I think it's, it's tough work what you do to protect the downtown district. And, I don't envy that position. And I think it's important that you have those comments, but also balancing the viability of what's there now. Is it something that adds to Flagstaff for the future, or is it something that detracts from it? Can we create something in the spirit of Flagstaff that honors those traditions? And again, we're talking about the exterior. We can receive comments regarding that, but we're here. I'm here to show you that we're committed to really creating a jewel box of Flagstaff in the middle of downtown. And how that's accomplished is by coming to an agreement about what this hotel can be for Flagstaff.
But I'd just like to point out that it's in a historic overlay and you're tearing down buildings. And I have a problem with that.
Mm-hmm.
And also having lived here for as long as I have and worked with Native Americans and the concepts of appropriation, please be really sensitive to not appropriating their history, the Anglo history, the Hispanic history. For a corporation to come in and take these things, just please be
And to be
sensitive
clear,
to
this
not
isn't a corporation, it's a business owner. And I understand that. And my first sensitivity in working in this project was to meet with Rose, was to meet with the tribal leaders on campus at NAU to understand how do we do this design responsibly where we're incorporating the Indigenous people, but we're not commoditizing them or their work. And that it was the first and foremost design challenge that I undertook, and still filling that out. And we will not do anything without tribal permission, or we won't reproduce any artwork without the direct effect and economic impact to go to them. So, you know, the alternative is you leave Indigenous people out of the design entirely, and we weren't willing to do that. They're definitely an important part of this community, and so we are navigating that carefully and with a big heart.
Chair, I'm going to request a 5-minute break. We need to regroup and get this back to the design guidelines. So if we can, I'd just like to request a 5-minute break.
Let's take a 5-minute break.
Thank you. Nope, that was it. I think Jim's gonna present.
All of your presentation.
Yeah, no, that was it.
All right, so we're coming back to order. The applicant is going to speak, and then after that, we'll do the public participation. So thank you for your patience, everyone.
Yes, and just while we were on break, I pulled up the architectural plans that were included in the submittal. So that way, I also pulled up the downtown design handbook so we can reference either of those as we need to go through the relevant downtown design handbook designs guidelines that are relevant to the certificate of appropriateness for the design of the hotel and parking garage. And I still have my staff presentation up as well if you want to look at the specific design guidelines that we need to reference for new construction, or go back to either economic hardship or appropriateness, applicability, and criteria of approval. So just kind of reframing that. So again, just in summary, for everyone who's made it this far, right? So we're looking at approval of a certificate of economic hardship for the demolition of the existing building and also the design of the new hotel and parking garage. And the applicant would like to continue their presentation, and then after that, I would recommend that we do public comment before we go into further commission discussion.
My name is Jim O'Connell from Flagstaff. I'm the president of the company. Worked for our company for 37 years, built 16 hotels, just for a quick reference. A lot of this that I was going to talk about has already been discussed, so I'm not going to reiterate it again. I'm just going to make a couple points. One, the design part was, the design of the hotel was, if you look at it, that we have square windows, we're on Birch and Beaver, and if you take a look at the front of the old building, you'll see that we image a lot of that same building. It's square, it's got windows and on both sides. So that was just a little bit about how the building got designed a little bit. I want to speak about an economic hardship because I know that's going to come up. Here are the quick economic numbers from the project. The old building, 2024 revenue, $108,109. Expenses, $20,540. And the profit is in EBITDA, which means earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. It's an accounting way, so I could make the EBITDA across both projects the same. So we had $87,768 EBITDA in 24. 25 revenue of 104,619. Expenses of $63,588. We made $41,030 EBITDA. The new hotel slated to open in 2029, and these are projections. They're not actual because we won't know until we open. Revenue is projected at $8,750,104. Our expenses will be $6,055,828. EBITDA would be $697,274. 30's projections are $9,456,932 in revenue. Expenses $6,963,314 in expenses. EBITDA of $2,493,618. 31 would be $10,331,303 in revenue. Expenses of $820,412. EBITDA would be $2,310,891. So comparing, just as a quick comparison on an economic study, this is a quick different numbers between the two, that there would certainly be a huge hardship if the building is not demolished. I know there's been some comments about incorporating the old building in. I'm just going to say two architectural things about that. This is a 5-story building. We have to drill geopiers, which, if you're not understands construction, you drill down till you get solid concrete or earth. Those are filled with concrete. The footings are poured on those. Then the building sets on top of that. This first floor is 12 feet tall. So that means we're going up with walls on the outside with beams in the inside. You put corrugated metal and you pour concrete on top of that. There's no possible way that a 2-story building could be sandwiched into this building. You'd have to cut the top off of the second story. The first floor is not tall enough. There's just not any way to put that building in this building feasibly or financially. It doesn't work structurally. That's a 50-year-old building. It's not built to withstand this type of structure on top of it. And I just wanted to bring up a couple points about the economic loss. You know, our company will have an economic loss. The city of Flagstaff will have an economic loss. Flag Parking has been looking for parking for a long time. Our project developed a solution for this project, delaying in the result of demolition in this project going forward, a loss of approximately 50 downtown parking spots that Flag Parking wants, a reduction of 200 daily visitors shopping downtown who rely on those parking spots. If your city has 50, we have 143 guests staying at the hotel. There's parking spots for everyone. You've got 200 people downtown spending money that aren't looking for a parking spot. There's a loss of increase. The property tax on this building will be much higher than the old building. Sales tax revenue generated from sales and will help the city, and the downtown businesses will also get more sales from our customers to get more sales tax to the city. That's not counting the loss of approximately 40 to 50 jobs associated with the project and operating the hotel. And the second part has to deal with the biggest point on the cultural study was about the indigenous people relations to the building. So I want to, if you look at number 3 on your agenda, land acknowledgement, it says the Heritage Preservation Commission humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by the native descendants, border mountains sacred to the indigenous people. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continuing contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home. You all got a letter from the Indigenous Commission with several points laid out in it. They stated, the building at 19 West Birch Avenue holds historic significance related to the indigenous human rights movement. In 1972, protesters from the American Indian movement were arrested during the Flagstaff All-American powwow. An ACLU investigation found evidence of discriminatory practices by Flagstaff Police Department, Municipal Court, and City Jail, including excessive bail, discriminatory arrests, police brutality, unequal treatment towards Indigenous people. The Indigenous Commission has worked closely with the Heritage Preservation staff and Cornerstone Environmental Counseling regarding these preservation measures for the project. Through several meetings, commissioners emphasized the importance of preserving and sharing the history of the Indigenous people in Flagstaff and creating opportunities for community members to contribute to their stories and perspectives. The Indigenous Commission also stated a preference for using new Malapai stone rather than reusing stone from the existing building. A desire for the land to be blessed before construction begins. That demolition of the existing building would help release the negativity associated with the site. That preserving the history and educating the public was more important than preserving the physical structure itself. Support for an interpretive walking trail or self-guided tour to educate the public about the site's historical significance. And they're still an interest in continuing collaboration throughout the project. The cultural resource issue most discussed by the Historic Preservation Committee has been Indigenous human rights histories tied to this location and the documented discriminatory treatment of the Indigenous people experienced in 1972. We have had multiple meetings with the Indigenous Commission and have worked collaboratively on the items outlined in their letter to the city. We intend to continue that collaboration moving forward. My request to the Historic Preservation is, if the statement included in your meeting notice truly reflects your value of this commission, honoring Indigenous people, their history, and their future generations, then I believe approving demolition as requested by the Indigenous community is consistent with those values. In my opinion, removing this building would help end the negativity associated with the site the Indigenous people have endured for more than 54 years. By moving forward, we'll bless the land, we'll create a positive project that shares and honors Indigenous history. We can create something the Indigenous community of the city of Flagstaff can be proud of generations to come. This project is not attempting to erase history, instead it's preserving and sharing that history in a way that will be visible, accessible, and educational to the public every day. The stories connected to this site will not be forgotten. They will become part of the active public space where visitors, students, residents, and future generations can learn about the Indigenous community, the civil rights history tied to this location, and the culture of the heritage of Flagstaff. Through the interpretive elements, architectural or archival documents, public access to the cultural resources, and continued collaboration with the Indigenous Commission, this project creates an opportunity to recognize the past while also something positive for the future of downtown Flagstaff. For those reasons, I respectfully ask the Historic Preservation Commission to support this project, approve the demolition request, and allow this collaboration between the city and the Indigenous Commission and the people to move forward. That's it.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant?
This necessarily isn't a question, but more so of a comment. I do appreciate everything this project has done, especially working with the Indigenous community here in and around Flagstaff. I think it's very important. And based on comments earlier that this commission has had, I don't think any of us are in disagreement with what the Indigenous Commission is necessarily suggesting. We understand that this place has bad history and that to the Indigenous people that it being demolished and not using or not salvaging parts of it is what they feel would be best, and we respect that. But we also have to ensure as the commission what is being replaced there is intact with downtown Flagstaff. And this goes into my next comment. In the design guidelines for new buildings, particularly, let's see, N5 says use building materials that are similar to those employed historically for all major surfaces. And this kind of goes back to the commission's request for Malapai stone to be incorporated into the building, which it slightly is, the new building. You have multiple buildings throughout downtown Flagstaff and the current one that would be demolished if this were to be fully approved has Malapai stone completely around it. And I'm fine if we don't use salvaged Malapai stone in respect of the Indigenous people's wishes. I'm fine with it being new, but again, as the person before you said, that there could be flexibility in incorporating more Malapai stone into the building. I think that would help a lot with it feeling more like Flagstaff.
That didn't come from me, that came from that individual, so just to clarify that point, but didn't mean to interrupt you, go ahead.
No, that's the end of my comment basically. It's like, again, yeah, I would, part of it with being a historic overlay and our job as the commission is to make sure that whatever new building replaced the old city hall feels like downtown Flagstaff. And to me, yeah, this looks more like something that I would see along Milton, not in downtown. And I think we're taking the Malapai stone is very unique to Flagstaff, and only to have it in the base of it where there's going to be plants and stuff and can't really be seen, I think does a disservice to that unique architecture here in Flagstaff in the downtown
So
region.
first off, I'm not being rude or anything, but the building design meets all the downtown and overlay codes. It's got, X amount of brick, it's got X amount of tile, it's got X amount of stone, all that's on the plan, so that cannot be disputed. We all have our own personal interpretations of what we like. I may come to your house and say, I don't like your house, but that doesn't mean you're going to change your house. And I know you have a job as a commission, but how much Malapai stone does the city need? And you could never get old stone and sandstone. Some of those buildings downtown are deteriorating, sandstone. They don't know how to take care of it, how to get that cured. And so this may not look like every single building, but this is probably the closest you're going to get to a downtown building that's built that's going to be incorporated in town. And Flagstaff, those old buildings are going to deteriorate someday. So what's going to be rebuilt? This building is a little step different than downtown, but I don't think it deteriorates the downtown at all. And that's my interpretation.
I will say this, I a little agree to disagree, but I will say I agree with you that this is doing better than some previous projects in downtown, particularly the other newish hotel downtown, which very much does not look anything like downtown Flagstaff. I think this one is a better design for downtown Flagstaff, but I think it's somewhat short, but I think you're on the right path.
Like I said, we meet all the code. And that's, I think, that's what's supposed to be talked about. Do we or do we not meet the code? Not whether you like it or don't like it, or does it meet downtown? It meets the code as far as Lauren and her staff have determined. I'm open to any questions. So I participated the other two meetings also by Zoom. So
I personally appreciate that you came here because it's much better for communication to be face to face. So thank you for coming. Jesse.
You really do have a nice building. I think what I see is those white columns maybe could be with some rock going up versus, and then the rest of it would look, uh, and I think and you're correct. You come to my house, you probably wouldn't like it, but I put malapine all around the bottom of it, and it took me 20 years to collect the rocks, but I got it done. And I think this is something that I think that we're looking for is just a little bit of design that brings out those those concrete corners right there really bother me because it just looks like concrete. Maybe veneer just that. The rest of the building looks fantastic.
columns have tile on them. They're not concrete.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, it's a
and
great,
so I mean, replace the tile with maybe some veneer fake malapai. I don't know if they make such a thing, but I think it's just maybe, and you're correct. It's what I like versus what you like, and what the community likes. And I think we're the community right now, from what I'm hearing, we want something that looks like Flagstaff. So what does Flagstaff look like? Malapai Rock. So and it's up to you. You're right. It meets code. I'm sure the city folks will not let you build anything that does not meet code. But I think if you could maybe make a few little design changes there, I think it's fantastic.
and I just wanted to comment to your point. I'd be happy to have a Flagstaff Day, come take whatever you want out of the old city building, as long as the city clears me for liability. You can come take whatever you want out of that building. I'd be more than happy to have everybody have a piece of the building. I'm all for it. So if you think something like that's great, let me know. If you want to come down, let me know. Be happy to give you the steps, the whatever. You take it, you haul it out of there, it's yours.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Hayes has a question online.
I would like to propose that this is an awful lot for us to vote on today. I would like to see some other proposals and renderings that show Malapai stone and materials that are characteristic for Flagstaff. And I would like to point out that the Heritage Preservation Code says that should it in conflict with other codes, HPC code governs unless it's life safety. So I know you've met all the code requirements for the city, but HPC code is the code when it comes to design standards, and that's what we're talking about. We're talking about what this building will look like for downtown, and we're talking about its scale and how it'll have an impact on historic downtown and existing buildings. I would like to see some more proposals of materials that are more appropriate.
Before we get further into commission discussion and potential voting items, can we take a break for public comment? We've got at least one public comment online.
Thank you, by the way.
We'll move on to public comment. And when did the person online sign up? Because we had some people who have been here the whole time. Oh. Okay. So,
It's 7:11, so
yes. So, Michael Mangini, if you'd like to speak, please.
I'm Mike Mangini. I live downtown in a 100-year-old house at 302 North Verde Street. This property I'm familiar with because there's only been 3 owners. One was the city of Flagstaff. The second one was my investment group. The third is Jim O'Connell. When we acquired that about 25 years ago, the city approached me about purchasing it. And the reason the city had 3 studies, independent studies that were performed for the building. And all 3 studies concluded it was cost prohibitive to renovate. And based upon that, they were pretty candid about it. And I said, well, I'll take it over. My law firm at the time needed space, and we could make that adaptive for what we were doing. Now, it's not, I can pay attention to the 3 minutes. I got it. Anyway, and so that was the original approach to it. And so we did retrofit it to work for us. It really hasn't worked after we vacated the building because retirement from partners and consolidations in our offices in Tucson and Phoenix. But that was the conditions the city saw it as cost prohibitive. I did approach the SHPO and the historic architect in Phoenix, discussed it as far as being part of a historic Department of Interior stuff. I've got credits for historic building renovation from when they started counting, and I'm number 2 building in Arizona. The point is, at the time, they said, Mike, this doesn't qualify. And I think it just really had to do with age. It was substantially renovated by the city in the 80s, substantially. So the exterior, other than the basalt that we keep focusing on, is it was changed. And the interior, of course, I've heard somebody speaking about it. There's nothing on the interior that's really recognizable, other than maybe that staircase that we all went up and we paid our fines for our driving at the young age. And that was Mrs. Italian lady. I know exactly what you're talking about. Giovando, Mrs. Giovando. So I've been here a while. I've lived downtown. I see that building, and that building reminds me of what is the old, which is the Aspie Watkins and Diesel Federal Courthouse. That was the old Ed Babbitt's Ford, and that's what that thing looks like. At the time it was built for car dealership. And Aspie Watkins and Diesel renovated that for themselves and for the courthouse. And we all know the courthouse is leaving. So you're going to have a drop in what we call office space in the downtown area. And to bring that, and I could keep the slide from happening to say they do need to have this facility. And I think Jim Connell is the likely guy to do the project. And I think that's my 3 minutes. Any questions for me?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners.
All right, next we have Gwen Growth.
Good evening now, Commissioners. I had a nice tidy little thing all written up in bold so that I could see it. But after sitting here for so long, I've got other things to say. But first of all, I really, really appreciate your time. I know that you're in a very difficult position and you're representing the community on what is best for historic preservation. And I can see your passion and I can see your diligence, and I really appreciate it. I actually have a whole pile of petitions and comments from people online, from people in person who are highly opposed to this project. They don't want it torn down, but I know that ship has sailed. But I do wish that we could at least incorporate the building more. I watch a lot of online travel shows, especially now with the Centennial, and they'll go to little downtown areas and they'll walk into a building and say, oh, this restaurant used to be our firehouse. Oh, wow, that's really cool. And to have that, I mean, to have the old fire department doors with the picture of the fire truck that's at Pioneer Museum, how awesome would that be to have a bar and people could call home and say, I'll be late, I'm going to the firehouse, or I'll be late, I'm hanging out at the City Hall lobby. I just think it's an opportunity missed by the developers. And I know a lot of the comments I have from people are not liking the name The Graduate because it's not Flagstaff enough. Flagstaff is not NAU, it's different. But that's not what you're doing here. You're doing just the design. So we will just try to focus on that. Oh, and one other thing, though I'm representing myself as just Gwen Growth, I happen to take the phone calls and the emails from the Northern Arizona Pioneers Historical Society that has been in town since 1905 and full of generational descendants. I never got a call or an email about what should be in this hotel, what says Flagstaff. The Reardons, yes, have been here a long, long time. And wouldn't it be cool to have a little more arts and crafts style on the outside, a little more of the visitors, well, what's the visitor center now, but the train station, and just to make it feel, yes, a little more Flagstaff and less Tempe, Arizona State University. That would be really awesome. And again, thank you very, very much. And I'm sorry I didn't stick to my notes. But you guys are awesome, and thank you for supporting Flagstaff history.
Gail Jackson is next, but she seems to have left.
I believe that she has left, yes.
Okay. Then we have Maury Herman.
Thank you. Could I ask you to bring up slide A 3.04? You're getting there. Thank you. So I'm Maury Herman. I'm a downtown business person. I own the property to the north and also the corner to the west of this property. And I've been active in the activation of North San Francisco and South Beaver in small retail. So first I'd like to say, I think that Flagstaff and downtown Flagstaff will benefit from the development of another hotel that offers, in this historical setting, I'll say modern rooms with the amenities that we all expect when we travel. So I think at that level, this is a really good project and one that I think will succeed. I think, though, we're here to talk about character and compatibility. And the character of downtown is one of pedestrian-friendly, activated streets. And that's particularly true of San Francisco LaRue from Route 66 up to Birch. And this project is in that circle. And I'd like to talk about what we can do to have this project be compatible with that activation. And in particular, I mean, this is the parking structure. The building, the hotel building itself, I sort of look at it and I say, well, it's what goes into a historic district now. It's not historic exactly, but it'll kind of bob and weave. The parking structure really destroys the walkability of both North LaRue and Birch. And walkability is really important. So this hotel will succeed based on the walkability of the rest of the district. But as a precedent, it's taking away some of the walkability. And I'd like to suggest that isn't necessary. I'd reference you to some of the work by Jeff Speck. He wrote Walkable Cities. I bought about 30 copies of it and gave it to lots of people. I'll get the commission some if you like. But it basically talks about what it takes to maintain a walkable urban area that then generates the business that we all need. I would suggest to one of the commissioners suggested having a large public meeting. I appreciate that getting any project through Flagstaff is a hardship, and I've done it enough to know that what I'm asking is a burden on the developer. But a meeting that was well publicized and didn't start with 2 hours of discussing historic preservation, but what's coming in the future would be a good meeting, and you get more attendance than you did at this meeting.
Thank you, Maury. Unfortunately, the time is up.
Okay, can I get one more line? If you want to activate the ground floor and really do something good for the indigenous people, think about an art gallery on the ground floor of the parking structure. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And we have Phil Skander. I think he's online.
Thank you, Chair. This is Phil Scandura, and I do want to thank the commission for all your hard work. I've been in those chairs, and it's a tough place to be. And when you're 3.5 hours into the meeting, it's even tougher. I just want to offer for consideration one way to keep the remaining building and integrate it into the development. The footprints for the parking structure and the hotel are nearly identical. So swap them. Put the hotel where the parking structure is. Adapt the parking structure now to wrap around the existing building. Use the existing building for restaurant space for the hotel, for office space for the hotel, for things that don't have to be in the hotel. You keep the building. You're not trying to build something on top of it. You can reduce somewhat the massing of the parking structure. You may even be able to reduce the massing of the hotel because you've moved some of the features of it to the existing building. My 2 cents. Thank you.
Great. Is there anybody else who hasn't put in a card yet who wants to speak? Nope. Okay. Thank you, everyone from the public, for coming and sitting this long and sharing your ideas. It's good to have more participation. Thank you. So I guess we'll go back to our discussion. But I would like to say.
Chair, I'm sorry, I just noticed that there was a hand online. There might be another speaker online.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I can't even see who it is. TM. That's all I can see.
Tyler Marks is online.
Yes. Can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, the committee. My name's Tyler Mark. I'm from 52 East Conquistador Trail in Flagstaff. I'm a 20-year resident of Flag and understand the importance of the downtown. However, I also understand the importance of economic vitality for the downtown. While the historical significance is not overlooked on this building, I do feel that leaving this building in place and the adjacent parking lot, so to speak, the abandoned buildings that have been demolished, will be a big detriment to long-term longevity and vitality of downtown Flagstaff. I feel the developer has gone to great lengths to incorporate as many parts and pieces as been told to the developer up until this point. And I also think perhaps maybe we could swap out some brick for more Malpai. I think they cost about the same to alleviate one of the concerns of one of the council or commissioner members. What I think we're truly overlooking is the developer's commitment to being a partner with the committee. We're resolved to history only, and we're going to be losing the potential of a development that, should it not go forward, might end up being an empty lot and an abandoned building. While I understand the importance of history, I feel like the future of the downtown requires some redevelopment. And what he has been saying and what the design has been showing is that they're meeting the intent of the code and the spirit of the history of Flagstaff. Thank you.
Anyone else? No, okay. Thank you all. I think that means we go back to commission discussion, or we can say it's 7:30 and try and come to some position, whatever we're going to do.
I did have one question. I think one thing that we've talked about is the building itself, but we haven't really talked about its impact on other buildings. Are there drawings other than these? Because I would like to see what it looks like in downtown. We've had that discussion about several other houses that we have discussed and approved in ADUs. Is it going to overshadow the brand new patio at Dark Sky Brewing? What is this parking lot going to look like when it's right next to the old JCPenney? I want to see some renderings where it's actually sitting in downtown so I can actually think about the scale and the scope, because massing is something that we have discussed several times in this commission, and I'm not really getting a sense of that just from these drawings. So are there other drawings?
None that were submitted to me or that I have reviewed, apart from what was included in your packet.
I'd just like to comment that this commission's put in a very difficult position because things have gone through the city for years, months, whatever, and then it comes to us at a certain point. And we have a mission here as well. And there's a disconnect between the code and the purposes of this commission, that downtown design overlay book. And I think that that makes for a very difficult situation. It's very frustrating for applicants. It's very frustrating for the commission. And it gets very heated. And the process maybe needs to be revised so that we're more involved during the process, so that we're not brought something at the very end that someone's very invested in. And then we're saying, well, we think that whatever changes need to be made for these reasons based on the standards that we are using. So I apologize for frustration. It's not our fault. This is the first time we're seeing these things. And I know they've been circulating for years around downtown, but it was never brought to the commission. And so we're just doing the best we can with what we have. Thank you.
Yeah, I think one thing too that we often talk about on this commission is the erosion of standards. And so you build one new hotel and then you can say, well, the Residence Inn looks like this, so I can build this. And then suddenly every building can be demolished to look like these kinds of buildings that look more modern. So part of this is trying to retain the integrity of what downtown looks like to make sure it's not slowly changed into something that doesn't look like what it was put on the National Register for.
And if I may add, what the tourists come to see.
I just wanted to comment. I understand the integrity of downtown. How many Gen Zs you walk around downtown? How many young Gen Zs are walking around downtown. So at some point, the customers that are coming to downtown Flagstaff are going to get younger, and it's not the history they're here for. They're here for the restaurant, the bars, the hotels. And a comment back to you, you think it's frustrating for you? You ought to be on my side. We follow all the rules, and then you don't like the rules and you say they need to be changed, but the rules stand for this project right now. That's what we have to deal with. If you want to change the rules for the next project. But I seem to be the guy, this project seems to be the guy that's bringing all this about. And then it's all this discussion about everything but the code. And it's just as frustrating for me as it is for you. That's what I wanted to voice to you. So.
And that's what I was trying to acknowledge. We've run into this before. You're not the first person. And we don't want you to be frustrated. We would like to have been working with you all along. So we're very sorry that you've had that experience, but it's not our doing. We're just seeing this now. So I apologize.
And maybe we can,
I'm trying to bring a $50 million project to Flagstaff. Yes, it's a huge development. Yes, it's a big thing for Flagstaff, but I don't see anyone else that's talking about all this thing and wants all this change. Are they putting up the money? Are they just doing the design? No. Everyone's got full of talk, but they're not the ones willing to take the risk to do the project. So I can leave it at that. Thank you. We're all in tough positions.
and thank you everyone for acknowledging, the frustration. And in the interest of time, maybe we can save process changes for another meeting, another discussion, because again, we are here tonight to focus on these items. So maybe, to go back to that focus, it sounds like Commissioner Dale made one suggestion for resubmittal of a certificate of appropriateness for the design. So maybe if the commission would like to focus the discussion, one, my staff recommendation to break them out. Would you like to do that? Yes or no? Are you interested in recommending economic hardship for the demolition? Yes or no? And think about making that motion if you are. And then for the certificate of appropriateness, going back to the design guidelines, what specifically do you see that is not met here? And what specifically, per the design guidelines, would you like to see in a resubmittal? Go ahead, Commissioner Dale.
I definitely want to see renderings of what it looks like downtown, because I can't even think about talking about things like scope and mass and impacts on the district as a whole until I can see that. I'm also not comfortable approving demolition until the phase 2 report has been approved, and just making sure that all those ducks are in a row. I don't think that, I can't make that a condition of this, but it is.
You could, you can definitely make a condition of the certificate of appropriateness or economic hardship that wouldn't be final approval until the phase 2 has been approved.
Yeah, I would like to hear maybe a bit more about the design. Again, I think we heard a lot about the very thoughtful nature of incorporating Flagstaff and its communities into the inside. I'd like to see how that thought played out on the outside beyond just downtown buildings are made of brick and here's some brick. How they think it fits in.
I would say,
I know I can't make a condition that the architect come.
Well, and just to speak to the brick, the downtown design guidelines do specifically call for use of brick and stone as a primary material. So it is specifically called out that is appropriate, and what the design handbook is asking for in downtown is brick and stone.
And I agree with Ace that this is definitely a more thoughtful approach to what would fit downtown than some of the other proposals that we have seen. It doesn't not fit, but it doesn't, I don't know. Anyway, those are the things that I would like to see.
And if I could get clarification, for those I don't know, my name is Christina Rubalcava. I am the attorney assigned to this commission. It would be helpful if I could get the precise design guideline. So I think I heard mass and scale, and I believe you're referring to design guideline N2. New buildings should appear similar in mass and scale with historic structures in the area. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It's taking up half a block. Like there's so much stuff around it. I want to see how it fits.
Okay, so it's N2 that you would like to see additional documentation about other historic structures in the area to determine if they do appear similar in mass and scale.
I mean, yes, but I mean, I want to see it visually. I don't just want numbers saying this building is also 60 feet high. I want to see it on the street with what it looks like. And we have asked that of other applicants before. And so I think that is reasonable.
Okay, I think that we can make that request. I don't know that they need to create new visuals, but we'll go ahead and make that request, I think. But a discussion of that, more information can be provided. Yeah, and then I think the other one, can you point me to the design guideline with respect to the brick that you were referencing?
I mean, that wasn't it specifically about the brick. It's just, again, we got a very long conversation about all the thoughtfulness, details and stuff on the inside. But when I asked, what of this made you think of Flagstaff? Why did you design this outside to reflect Flagstaff? I was not given an answer. So I don't know if it's a specific part of the guideline. Maybe it's just sort of general feeling of the Secretary of Interior standards, like that I would like to hear a bit more about, but I don't think it's a specific part of the code.
And I was referencing N5, which states that brick and stone are appropriate for primary surfaces. Are the recommended materials for major surfaces in the overlay.
So I just want to clarify, is what we're looking for, we want information about their thoughts on why they chose?
No, feeling is the Secretary of Interior standards about like I can't think of another word other than feeling, like just what it's like to walk and like move, like what kind of vibes does it give you? Not just, hey, I think that building, I feel that building is pretty. It's like, what environment is the district giving?
So which design, because the Secretary of Interior standards, do those apply, Lauren?
Let me pull up the specific code.
Because it would be part of its addition to the overlay, correct? Would include those.
This is outside of a historic district. Again, this is not within the railroad division historic district.
So the overlay doesn't have.
But let me
pull. The overlay district does not, you can confirm, but I think I think the disconnect is that the overlay has its own design standards that are not the Secretary of the Interior standards. And so we really have to keep this to what are the design standards that are applicable to this project.
And so I believe what Lauren was interpreting the discussion about brick was to be N5 of the design guidelines for new buildings, which is use building materials that are similar to those employed historically for all major surfaces.
Yes, and I think that would also get to ACEs, and I think probably others of ours concerned about the incorporation of the Malpai to the exterior.
And the Heritage Preservation Code section for development within an overlay refers to this section 1030-3060G, development standards and guidelines. And it does include industry standards and guidelines and cites the Secretary of Interior standards here. But again, this for the treatment of historic properties, and then references the design handbook below. So that is the overarching reference to the standards.
Thank you for finding that, Lauren.
Another thing I'd like to add with Emily Dale's comment regarding the feel is the visible aspect is also part of the feel. And that would, her request for renderings of how this will look in downtown will also help with the feel with regarding the Secretary of Interior's definitions, standards, guidelines.
And Commissioner Hayes, online.
Yes, I was just going to reiterate that the pedestrian character and the visual identity for matching that feeling of downtown is also important. Also, we still look at the Secretary of Interior standards when it comes to massing. That's where we look for what those definitions are and how that's applicable. So SOI standards is something that they can also reference when looking at the appropriateness of this design for downtown.
Lauren, what provision do you have up there? I can't read it, I'm sorry.
It's 10, 30, 30, 60, which is development of a property, of a landmark property or property within a historic overlay zone. And then G is the development standards and guidelines.
So the Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties. This is not going to be a historic property, right? We're looking at the appropriateness of a site that's been scraped and a new building developed.
But it does still have references for compatible development within.
Because a
an
new
existing
building
historic
has an
area.
impact on historic buildings.
So what we're saying is that to the extent the Secretary of Interior references compatibility with existing historic structures, we would look at that.
Yes. So will you see the new building from historic buildings that are in the district and in the overlay? Yes. And therefore, if it isn't compatible, it would have an adverse effect on the historic district.
So then I would say to the extent you're relying upon the Secretary of Interior standards for compatibility, you can reference that in addition to the design guidelines, but we need to have that reference.
Where do we go from here?
Well,
It's,
going back to,
almost 8 o'clock.
can we refocus on maybe take the demolition first? Yes or no? Does the commission want to require economic hardship? Or does the commission feel that it could be approved with a certificate of appropriateness? And it sounds like the commission is already thinking additional materials are required to come back for certificate of appropriateness review for the new design. But maybe the commission can make a decision on whether or not economic hardship is required for the demolition. And I can pull back up the applicability and criteria of approval section.
I would rather see that we first approve the design for the new building before we approve demolition for the old building. We have seen multiple times where people have come forward and they've wanted to build something and they've wanted to demolish a historic building and then they, for whatever reason, quit the project and did not build the new building.
But would the commission still want to require economic hardship? Or Commissioner Hayes, are you stating that you would like to approve this under a certificate of appropriateness with the new design? Or would you require economic hardship for the demolition contingent on future certificate of appropriateness of approval for the new design? Which of those two directions? I'm unclear.
Okay, well, it would be with contingency on approval of the new design for new construction.
So you do recommend economic hardship moving forward with that?
Before we could, I've read this certificate of economic hardship multiple times. And number one, is not clear to the normal person who's not an attorney. So could the attorney explain it very clearly to us, please?
I'd be happy to if you guys would like to move to go into executive session.
Why does it require executive session? That's public language.
Because I do not provide legal advice in a public session and you have asked for a detailed explanation of what that means, which would be legal advice. But happy to do it. You still like to move.
I think we may need to have that because I'm not sure if it's applicable or appropriate for this for this motion, for a motion. I would like to know more legally what that entails.
I would like to make a motion that we go into executive session to discuss certificate of economic hardship.
Is that how that process would work, Lauren?
Yes, if there's a second to the motion and a vote to adjourn into
I
an
second.
executive session.
I second the motion.
I have a question. What are we looking to ask here that Lauren has not already answered about executive hardship? Is it how the applicant applies for it? Is it how it comes back to us? Is it just how it works? Is it if who approves it?
So I did read it multiple times, and then I came to the conclusion they need to ask for it. We don't provide that. They need to come forward with that request. Is that correct?
You can require that they produce the application. The applicant could apply on their own, but if it's as outlined in the code, I can pull up the flow chart if you'd like to see. But if appropriateness is denied by the commission, the next step is economic hardship. So it does that answer your question?
Somewhat. It seems that really we could decide right now if we are willing to accept the design as presented or not. Is that true? And then that would be accepting or turning down the certificate of appropriateness. Is that correct?
You could choose not to accept it and ask them to come back with specific resubmittal requirements like you did with the phase 2. Like, here are the specific things that you didn't show that you met that were appropriate, and I come back with a submittal for that. Again, my recommendation was that demolition does not meet the criteria for certificate of appropriateness, which is why the only process forward in the code for that is taking it to economic hardship, which is why I made that recommendation. If the commission feels that with supplemental materials, you would approve demolition under a certificate of appropriateness, then I would recommend, then you could go forward with that course. But I think from what I'm hearing, from you, you do want to ask them to come back for the new design with it supplementary materials to approve a certificate of appropriateness for the new design. But and I heard from Commissioner Hayes that she potentially is interested in requiring economic hardship for the demolition.
So to clarify, a certificate of appropriateness is us saying, yeah, cool, you can demolish the building. We think that's an appropriate action. But then the certificate of hardness is them saying, this building's an economic hardship on me, and therefore I can not circumvent, but like, here's an alternative to a certificate of appropriateness.
Correct. Because if you make the findings that demolition is not appropriate and does not meet the criteria of approval for a certificate of appropriateness, you would require, as their only next step in the code is for them to come back with economic hardship.
So the economic hardship sort of supersedes the appropriateness, that's more of a harm than.
Correct. And I'll pull up the flow chart.
All right. Thank you so much. That clarifies a lot for me. If it doesn't for anyone else, that's fine.
And we can't approve a certificate of appropriateness without that because it's a major impact to a significant property.
And that's what I stated in my staff report, is I don't think it meets the criteria for a certificate of appropriateness because it is a major impact. And complete demolition cannot be mitigated. It's still an adverse effect to the property. So here's the flow chart. So, if
can you blow that up at all?
Yes. Hold on. There we go.
Thank you.
So if and I can go back to my presentation and the full scope of options, but that was why I made the recommendation to split the new design from the demolition. And here, so they would come back with the economic feasibility documents as part of an economic hardship application. I believe somebody asked, yes, that would come back to the commission for review and approval. And then this is the path if it was not approved. And so, do we feel, I guess going back to Commissioner Overman's motion, do you need, legal counsel on this issue, or can I answer any other questions?
I guess my question about it is, I have a lot of questions regarding what qualifies as economic hardship. And I think that would be beneficial from, I don't know if you could answer that or if legal could, but I have a lot of questions of like, if a certificate, if an application for economic hardship would come back, like what are the qualifications and like
And
what can we say about the qualifications and
Right. And I understand that, and this is not something that the commission looks at regularly. So I feel like most commissioners and staff would benefit from that. I don't know that, and then again, in the interest of time tonight, I don't know that we necessarily need to go through all of that tonight. I would say if that was the path forward, a lot of that information would be included in the staff report. And going through that again, that same level of like code analysis of does it meet the criteria of approval? And depending on the timeline, the commission could, potentially, we could maybe request a training item and do the agenda out of order if this was to be next month and do a staff training on certificate of economic hardship and or an executive session with legal if needed on how to make those findings before the commission heard the item. That would be my suggestion.
Lauren has answered all my questions, so I do not feel the need for an executive session, but I understand if other people do.
Commissioner Hayes.
Could we ask to discuss that at the next meeting while we ask for, because these are sort of two items. And
Correct.
for the design that's been proposed, ask for some more renderings and context of it in downtown setting. So that gives them something to work on for that. And that's going to take some time. And then we could review that next time.
Correct. Yes, that could be, you can ask for that,
So
for a resubmittal of the certificate of appropriateness for the new design with those supplementary materials tied to the.
And could we ask for a resubmittal of, or could we ask to shelf the discussion of the demolition permit till next time?
And so you're asking to just consider that as a certificate of appropriateness in the resubmittal, or wait on making a decision on that in the continued
wait on
review
making
of
a
this?
decision. And with the thought that if we agendicized going over sort of background information and more on that when it's not 8 o'clock at night, and I have in a 24-hour period traveled from Paris, France to London to here to, I am very tired and I can't think straight. And it feels like 3 o'clock in the morning. That we could maybe have an educational background presented to us on the economic hardship, as you had mentioned as a possibility. And if there is no rush, because we still need to see more design proposals, then we can discuss it next time. Is that a possibility?
Yes, I would say, although in terms of there is no rush, there is on the applicant side though, because you would be denying them a full month of being able to prepare the economic feasibility documents. So if the commission in general feels like that's the direction you want to go, I think I would recommend requiring that of the applicant as soon as possible instead of delaying that request by a month.
Lauren, if we have a motion and a second, and I think our conversation has veered from
Yes.
the e-session. So maybe we can wrap that up. And then I think that is correct. The next step is to decide if this commission is comfortable using the vehicle of a certification of appropriateness for a demolition permit. And I think that decision has been agendized. And so there needs to be a discussion and some action taken on that piece of it.
The motion Commissioner Overman made, seconded by Commissioner Hayes to adjourn into executive session. regarding the certificate of economic hardship criteria.
Okay, so we have the motion, we have the second, but then often there's discussion at that point. We've had some discussion. So do we want to vote on this? Are we ready? Okay. Everyone in favor of going into the e-session, say aye. All opposed? Any opposed?
Nay.
No.
Okay, so that's solved. Okay,
Yes, thank you.
we have a success there. Okay.
So right now we're just discussing the requested, so do we need to make a motion to separate this into two parts, the demolition part and the
I think
design
you can
part?
just make two different motions.
Okay,
Um,
so I guess right now we're talking about the demolition. So we're not approving the demolition, we're just requesting
you are not approving the demolition and requiring
a certificate of
so
economic
essentially
hardship.
you would be denying the certificate of denying the certificate of appropriateness for the demolition and requiring a certificate of economic hardship, which is the next step in the code if you deny appropriateness for demolition.
Thank you. We've also had two amendments to that. Commissioner Hayes wanted to, but would that come later? Hinge the approval on whether or not we approve the designs? And
You could include that in.
Would that come when we approve the certificate of economic hardship?
I would say it would, you could do either, but yes, probably if you were to approve economic hardship, once you review those documents, you would include it then as a condition of approval that it's conditioned on approval of the certificate of appropriateness for the new design, which is what I believe Commissioner Hayes asked for.
Yes, and I wanted to see the phase 2 report approved, but
Yes.
it's looking like that will probably come at the same time as this anyway. So then that's not even a problem.
Most likely.
I agree with Commissioner Dale that I also would like to see the phase 2 report to be approved as well. So it would be the design for the new construction and the phase 2 report would be conditions of the final approval.
But I thank you. And yes, Commissioner Dale, I think, yes, that would come if you were to approve economic hardship, you would add those conditions as part of that approval, not as part of the request for an economic hardship application.
And we will take a look at whether a condition of a certificate of economic approval or an economic hardship approval can be conditioned on design of a future building. We'll go ahead and take a look at that before the next meeting, since you let us know that's where you're headed.
So we need a motion to move forward. Emily, you're very good at this.
I'm just going to read what Lauren wrote. I move to require a certificate of economic hardship for the demolition of the existing building at 19 West Birch Avenue.
I second the motion.
Further discussion? No? Okay, let's vote. All in favor of the motion, say
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, progress. Thank you all.
So now the next motion would be about the design.
Correct.
And I will say for projects like this, we have never approved the first design, especially when they're in these big kinds of things. So this is not abnormal for the committee. We often ask to see modifications and things. I'm sorry, lawyer, I have forgotten your name.
Christina.
Thank you, Christina. You have a list of things that we were talking about.
So Lauren has the design guidelines if she wants to pull those up. And I believe the only two that we have referenced 2 design guidelines and Secretary of Interior standards related to compatibility. I took a quick look. I could not find any that were related to new construction on a vacant parcel, which is what this will be, but we'll go ahead. I would say put the condition in there and we'll take a look at it. I think you guys have more expertise in this area than I do, so I trust you more than my quick look, but we'll report back if we have any concerns about that. So I have heard N5 and N2, as well as a Secretary of Interior standard about compatibility. And
it's related to N2.
Okay.
But
Yeah, and it's related to the historic district and the historic properties that are extant because new construction can have an adverse effect on them.
But this property is not in the district, or it is?
It
it's
doesn't
in the
have to
overlay
necessarily
or
be.
district.
It's outside
can-
the Railroad Edition district, but it is within the overlay. And even if a building is outside of the district, it could still potentially have effect on a neighboring district, as we all
If you can
remember
see
from
it
a certain
from
project
there.
on Mike's Pike. Yes. Are there any other design guidelines that the commission would like to discuss and requiring additional supplementary material for? Commissioner Overman.
This is in regards to something the attorney said. They send vacant properties of vacant parcels. I believe only the parking structure, where the parking structure is proposed to go, is vacant. It's currently, correct?
That is correct. Although under the conditions that you're looking at the new design, I mean, it would only exist after the old city hall had been demolished and was vacant. So I think that's what Christina was trying to reference, was just new construction, not rehabilitation or any of the other standards. So it does not appear that there are any other specific design guidelines that we want to call out.
Can you repeat them again real quick?
Yeah, so it was, let's see, N2, and I believe Commissioner Dale had requested additional renderings demonstrating mass and scale and compatibility with the surrounding historic structures. And then we had also discussed N5 and the use of building materials. And maybe we can go back to that and see what specifically under N5 the commission would want to see in a resubmittal that would demonstrate how they are meeting this design guideline.
Yeah, I would like to go into that because I didn't want to get the confusion that happened a year ago when these mitigation measures were made. I want, again, make things as specific as possible. So regarding N5, I would like to see more incorporation on the outside of Malachi stone, outside of just the base of the building, to meet guidelines for N5.
You know, I see when I see the image of the proposed building, find that again on my computer. There are places where is this?
I pulled it up as well.
Oh, thank you. Those, there are places where that corrugated metal could be incorporated for design purposes that draw from the other building. So I think that is something that could be looked at, to incorporate that from the previous building as well as the Malpai.
I think that would fall under a different material standard and as it's not identified as a compatible material in our design guidelines, or as I guess it could maybe be a secondary material in our general architectural design standards. And you're probably not talking about using it as a primary material.
No,
but just
no,
wanted
it's
to
an
note that.
accent. That's an accent.
Commissioner Hayes. Sorry.
I would like to see any new design take into account the pedestrian character and visual identity of downtown historic Flagstaff.
And I'm gonna pull back up the design guidelines, the specific list. And is there anything here, Commissioner Hayes, like specifically, I don't know, like the ones that are geared towards pedestrian relationship with the street. Sorry, now I'm losing brain function, but such as, N6, that it has to be oriented to the street, and the site design, that it has to be along the sidewalk edge or as close as possible, as the zoning allows. And then, the SD3 is one of the major ones related to the pedestrian experience, but is not particularly relevant in this case. But are there any of these that you're specifically speaking of and that they don't meet and you want to see specific things in the resubmittal?
No, I wasn't pulling from any of those specific ones. I was pulling from something from the design guidelines and the narrative about pedestrian character.
I think that Maury Herman mentioned something active, having more active
Yes.
space where that parking garage is. And I've heard downtown business people express that concern. And there are ways to do that.
Lauren, is that one of the guidelines or one of the criteria that we can point
It
to?
is not. It is not an architectural design standard in the zoning code or a specific design guideline. And as we have previously referenced, the design guidelines were last updated in 1997. They did not foresee parking garages. As you see here, they only talked about surface lots. So no, there is nothing in here that would require activation of the parking garage. It's definitely something to consider for a future update of the design guidelines, but there is no specific guideline that could be pointed to deny a certificate of appropriateness because of that. Commissioner Overman?
Two things. So I believe what possibly Commissioner Hayes was a contributor to was not one of these specific city guidelines, but these Secretary of Interior's guidelines when it comes to the feel of a historic area. And the walkability is part of the feel, I believe so. So we would be referring to the Secretary of Interior guidelines, not the city's guidelines. And I believe we already went earlier into this where you pulled up the code and said, yes, we could reference the Secretary of Interior's guidelines.
So let's be really clear. What we had said was there is a reference in the code that where applicable, you can use those. And so we're going to go ahead and take a look at those. I took a quick look and I actually didn't see anything that applied to a vacant building site not in a historic district, which is what we have here. But please make your comments because we need to do some research and I don't want you not to make a comment because you think maybe it might not be something that has weight at the end of the day. So we're going to look at it. I have not found the Secretary of Interior standards on feel. So if you have that handy and we can.
It's one of the 7 aspects of integrity that's used not in the Secretary of Interior standards. It's used for evaluating it's referenced in the standards, but it's used for evaluating buildings for the National Register of Historic Places.
Okay, but this will not be because
so
it's going to be new construction.
Yeah, so, but it is, in terms of integrity of a individual building or district, those 7 aspects of integrity, one of them is feeling. And
Does
so
it need to be related to why the building or the district is considered, what is integral to it? So I've always understood that the Secretary of Guidelines had to be related to why the building was determined to be
eligible.
significant.
Yeah.
And in this case, it's the BIA movement. So I'm curious of what the connection is to that.
Oh, to, yeah, to
That's not actually the case though, because it's the historic district and the feeling, and so this new construction can have an adverse effect. If that building's gone, the building that's there, we're talking about new construction.
Right. And I think I would agree with Christina that we will go and look before another review on outlining the specific applicability of the SOI standards for impacts to feeling and setting outside of a district for a neighboring property.
but I don't want anyone to not make comments. This is your opportunity to identify the design guidelines and the standards that you believe are not met, so we can provide direction to the applicant to come back with something that does meet your standards. And so please make the comments. I appreciate you, those of you who have. I don't want you to feel rushed. You have all the time that you need right now. Identify all of the guidelines that you think are not being met and that serve the basis for what appears to be your rejection of this current certificate of appropriateness application for the new build.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate everything that you, Christina, and Lauren are doing in clearing this up for us. So in regards to that, I guess I have two comments then. The first comment being, if you look into it and it's applicable, then Secretary of Interior's guidelines to a vacant property, I feel, I believe that the design of this does not fit the feel of the historic overlay here in Flagstaff, downtown historic overlay in Flagstaff. And that I would like to see new designs that present more of a feel with downtown Flagstaff in the historic overlay zone. And then particularly with that, now going into the city guidelines within 5, I know I stated earlier, but I want to be more specific. I thought I'm like, oh, that could be misinterpreted or something. So I want to be really specific here. When it comes to the Malapai Stone, see it in various multiple places throughout the exterior rather than just the base outing. That way it's specific enough, hopefully.
And maybe now is a good time to reiterate Commissioner Dominguez's suggestion that as that where the limestone tile is used, it could be Malapai instead, or where at the corner where it is stucco, it could be faced in Malapai as well, as specific suggestions of how they could meet Commissioner Overman's concerns. Commissioner Hayes?
Yes, can we say that we would like, I would like to see the Malapai stone be a primary material, not a secondary material.
Could we request, kind of going off of that, if they show us multiple designs, one of it as a secondary and another as a primary, so that we get 2 design options? I don't know if that's too much or it's just an idea that popped into my head.
So the guideline is that they use building materials that are similar to those employed historically for all major surfaces. So I would say definitely maybe indicate those materials you think do not meet this standard. I think you have already said what you'd like to see more of. I think it's perfectly fine to suggest what you would prefer to see in terms of primary and secondary. I don't know that this guideline requires a particular primary or secondary use, but I think feel free to suggest what you think does not meet this standard, which of those materials are not materials that have been employed historically for major surfaces, and what you'd like to see more of.
Responding to that, while brick and Malapai stone are incorporated to this design and it's historically used, I think it's important to stress that the building it is replacing was primarily Malapai stone, and that several buildings in downtown Flagstaff have Malapai stone be the primary. And so I think that's kind of what the commission is wanting to see, is more of an incorporation of a Malapai stone into the building, because it is replacing a building that is heavily primarily Malapai stone.
And it is understood that that preference stated. I think to the point of reading the specific guidelines, I mean, as I mentioned in my staff report, the specific guideline as stated and the specific previous condition of approval, it does, in my opinion, meet both of those. It is as brick is specifically called out as a suggested primary material. And in addition to the Malapai stone, they're also showing native limestone as another material. It does meet that, but I think we could note that as a suggestion for something the commission feels would be a better fit for Flagstaff and better represent the previous condition of approval. And as Tyler Mark noted earlier, they may be willing to consider that dependent on cost differences, but especially if it is a relatable cost, the difference in the two primary materials versus creating an economic burden with a more expensive material.
Yeah, and I find that if once it's looked into, if the Secretary of Interior's guidelines for vacant properties and historic overlay are applicable, I think having more Malapai stone would help meet that requirement of feel for downtown Flagstaff. So
thank you, Commissioner Overman.
All right, so anything else? Or can we move forward? So we took care of one motion and that one's done. So now we're just looking at the certificate of appropriateness. So the question, do we have conditions? Do we want? Emily, you're good at this.
So we are specifically looking at, do we need to list all the things, or can we use Christina's list to?
And I'm happy to read off a list of what I've heard, and then you can tell me what I've missed. And it would be great to get a list we agreed on, and then someone can make a motion and reference the list. And we have it in our notes. We have it here. We know what we're talking about.
And we can specifically say the list as pertaining to code items and to whatever, N5, and that would help then, really.
Yes, but and to Commissioner Overman's point, though, I do think you want to be as specific as possible, so that way to limit the round of resubmittals, and so they have enough direction to come back with a successful application.
And if we could identify it once more up front, just because we've had commissioners kind of making one-off comments, and I think I'm seeing head nods. I think everyone agrees, but I obviously can't see a head nod from the person that's remote, and so just to make sure everyone's on the same page. So what I have heard, what we'll call the list, is the design guideline N2. We need more information to demonstrate that the proposed building is similar in mass and scale to the historic structures in the area, and visual information is preferred to be able to evaluate that mass and scale. N5, I have heard that the commission would like to see more Malapai being incorporated into the structure. And there was a suggestion made that I think I saw head nods to perhaps replacing some of the tile on the columns with the Malapai, or incorporate it in multiple places in a more prominent aspect than where it is currently.
And or replace the stucco with Malapai.
And on that, I would like to, that way we're being specific as possible. It is on the we want more incorporation in the exterior, not necessarily, because again, that's what we have jurisdiction over, not the interior. I'm fine if it's all throughout the interior, but again, we don't have jurisdiction over it. So it's state exterior in that list.
I also want to clarify, are we talking specifically about the hotel or both the hotel and the parking garage? Because I definitely want to see the scale and massing of both, but there's been no incorporation of the Malapai in the parking garage. Is that something we want to see? Do we want to see this in both of the buildings, or specifically are we looking at the hotel? It's not like the parking garage is hidden in the back the way they sometimes are. It's on the corner. So I also want to clarify what specific part of this we're discussing.
The certificate of appropriateness covers both. So the previous condition of approval, again, was not specific where it was going, but as the intent was what was replacing the existing building on that existing parcel, I think it was understood that it was in the new hotel. But yes, all of the design guidelines still apply to the parking garage. So any specific things that you would like to see, and the rendering showing bulk mass and scale can apply to the parking garage as well.
So the list, let me start one more time. So we have N2. This is great. This is exactly what we want to do. So N2, we need more information to demonstrate that the proposed parking garage and hotel are similar in mass and scale to the historic structures in the area. For N5, we want more malapai. We're asking the applicant to consider replacing the limestone tile on the columns or the stucco with malapai. I did not see or hear anything about malapai in the parking garage exterior. And then with respect to the Secretary of Interior standards, we'll do some research, but here's what I've heard. We want more information demonstrating compatibility according to those standards. I think it's probably pretty similar to N2, but we'll take a look and see if there's something different there. As well, I've heard references to the feel and more malapai stone being incorporated as requested in N5, we think would help to address the feel under the SOI standards.
Is there the documentation for the overlay that outlines things like feeling and things like that, or was that not part of the original paperwork?
No. just what's in the design guidelines.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, apart from what's in the Railroad Edition Historic District listing, which again does not include any of these parcels.
Anything else that I missed? I know there were comments previously about activating the garage and pedestrian experience. I think we looked at the guidelines and could not find a guideline that would fit or be applicable to, so I did not include that in the list. But if there's a guideline or a standard that you would like to include, this is the time.
Regarding walkability, that could also go within the feel aspect for the Secretary of Interior, I believe.
Yeah, and Alicia, what were you quoting when you talked about pedestrian experience? Was that the city code? Do you remember?
That is what she said.
Yeah, I thought I read it in the city design guidelines, but I don't have them in front of me right now. I jotted some things down prior to the meeting.
We're going to pause right now and see if we can find it because we want to add it to the list if it's there.
Could you do a control F search for
No,
pedestrian?
this is too old. It's not searchable text. It is an image. So.
Yeah, I was trying to do that, but it has to be ran through OCR so that I could search it like that because I can't keyword search it. Now I
Well,
can't
let me tell you,
it.
the original, these photos are taped in. I've got it in my office. It is not. One
what
more
I
thing
had
for the
made
future.
a note was
Sorry
pedestrian character and visual identity of historic downtown. That's what I wrote down, but now I can't find where I found it before.
And while Lauren's looking for that, does the commission have any comments about what they would like to see different in terms of pedestrian experience or walkability, assuming we can find that standard?
I guess maybe what we would need to see about that is possibly like a study, the impact it would have on the walkability and pedestrian in downtown.
Stop all the pedestrians. If there were a parking garage here, what would that do?
Although I think it might be very easy for them to prove the opposite, that if people are parking there, then they are parking there to walk down the rest of downtown. So if you were to require that, I think it would just show that, that it is good for walking downtown and for downtown businesses because you are providing off-street parking in an area that has very little. Sorry. Back to slowly scanning this. All right. These are, all right. Skipping past all the rehab. I do know that in the site design standards, it does talk about it. So maybe that's the area. Nope, I didn't.
Well, one thing there is N3, use building forms that match those used traditionally. And so by having pedestrian character on the first floor, that matches what is traditionally downtown. The garage is really not a traditional structure downtown. Maury's suggestion to have storefronts on the first floor I thought was very good.
And so I've gotten down to the specific design guidelines, and this is what I was asking before, this specific one with, it does say aligning the facade with the established setbacks of the area. The goal there is for pedestrian oriented environment. So that is, so the specific design guideline is N1, although the design of both is as close as possible to the sidewalk.
Okay,
You
Lauren.
know,
So just to make
that's
sure.
also something that we take into account when we address massing, right? If it's stepped back in some way, it doesn't feel as massive and doesn't diminish historic buildings as much, but they are building out as much as possible. They're using up all that space.
That is what the design guidelines call for, both in the last one that I just showed and one that says it needs to be aligned, the facade needs to be as close to the sidewalk, and this one which specifically says maintain the alignment of the buildings at the sidewalk edge. So that is, although the existing building is set back farther, the design guidelines, and I can go back up to the visual that's in the other one, but they specifically call for it to be out there. So here's the no. You don't want it set back. You want it up against the sidewalk.
Right. I was thinking that more like tiered like. So we've
Like
seen
a layer cake.
a little bit, yeah. I mean, and that's kind of awkward. I was just kind of thinking out loud that when we think about massing sometimes, it's that many stories out to the sidewalk level, right? That's not typically it, it is the other hotels are to the sidewalk, I think, but it's just so much, right? It's just such a large building with the garage.
And they are two separate buildings, just to clarify.
They are, but they are right next to each other. So it feels like a block.
Yes, but yes, there is an alley in between them. So they are separated by an alley.
Lauren, question for you, and maybe this is something that also needs to be researched. On M3, it's talking about building forms. And I definitely heard the commissioner saying, you know, we didn't used to see parking garages, but what kind of a building form is a parking garage? Is it a commercial block building? What would we call that?
A simple rectangular form, as preferred. Yeah, it is not specifically covered, but although I think, yeah, a lot of the intent here is not as in like this one. This is specifically talking about the roof form, but again, how the building form of the adjacent one doesn't match the rest of downtown because it's not a simple rectangular shape. Or if, I don't know, we were to put a giant turret on top of the parking garage. So back to the list, do we feel like the list is encompassing and we are ready to make a motion?
Was there commission support for adding this N3 about the garage with the understanding that the guideline says that simple rectangular forms are preferred?
Yeah, I mean, it says building forms, not building functions, right? I mean, it is a big square. Sorry, rectangle.
There you go.
Okay, so I'm not
All
seeing
squares
head
are
nod.
rectangles.
I'm not seeing head nods, so N3 I will remove and we'll stick with what we previously had unless you guys want to correct me.
I would just say that N3 combination with N2. The massing, a small rectangular form is very different from a large rectangular form. So it's not a simple answer.
So the commission, am I seeing head nods, keep N3, but it's not the form, it's the mass of the form.
No,
The
because
bulk.
that's covered by N2.
Okay.
It's a combination.
So okay, so I understand for N2, the bulk, the mass of the building. What on N3 with the form, the guideline wants a rectangular simple form. What part of that is not met by the the garage or the hotel?
I haven't heard any discussion of that, so I think we can move forward.
Okay, then I will remove N3 and I added size bulk massing. It's already in N2, but I'll make sure I have a separate note that we're at the garage as well.
As we look at N5, I have another thought that yes, brick and stone are appropriate materials, but as the proposal for demoing the existing building will be removing a lot of the Malpais stone representation downtown, that keeping that sort of proportionate amount of brick and stone that is downtown is ideal.
I think that is hopefully noted in the previous suggestions by Commissioner Overman and Dominguez, that
Yeah.
it would go to addressing the feeling. that
Yeah,
the
I
greater
agree.
Proportion of it was.
I just think
used.
Commissioner Hayes' is a way of phrasing it is possibly better than I did.
Although I do think that it was important, Commissioner Overman, that you tied it into specific criteria for approval and applicability versus just a preference or saying that it would be ideal. But again, just to set the commission and the applicant up for success, that the commission is going to be able to make a decision and requirements based on the code and the design handbook.
Do we use the list then as conditions in the motion?
Yes, you can reference the list that we agreed to at this meeting, and I have the notes right here. I will get them to Lauren.
I'll make sure to pronounce the list with a capital T and a capital L. So are we going with the alternative action 3, requesting additional information?
Four that, yeah, I think, oh yeah, you're looking at, not this one, you're looking at 3, can request additional information and continue to a date certain. And then the specific additional information is the list.
And again, we don't need to put a specific date on it.
I don't believe you need to list a specific date.
Yeah, especially if you need to look up other law things.
Yeah, we do not need to continue this to a date certain because we don't have any notice requirements, is what I've been told, so we're good.
All right. So I move to request additional information regarding the design of the new hotel and parking garage buildings on parcels 119-004A, 119-008A, and 100-19-007 as pertains to the list as discussed on May 20th, 2026.
I second the motion.
Any further discussion? I hear none. Let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Oh, sorry, Alicia. Any opposed? No? Okay, the motion passes. Yay. So we move on, huh?
We move on. And in the interest of time, I will say there are no updates for 7A beyond the grant that you approved tonight. So unless there are any questions, I will move on to 7B. Okay, and 7B is, this was requested at the last meeting. We presented the staff update on the new heritage, the updated heritage resources map. And as requested, we created a list of the specific starred properties, their names and their addresses. So there's also an update item, unless there are any specific questions, but it is here. So, and it is posted on the website. Great.
Yeah, thank you for doing all that.
You're very welcome. And
we can table C, 7C. There's no reason to discuss that tonight.
Yes, I believe
Okay.
you do need to move to table
Someone do a motion.
7C to the next meeting.
I make a motion to table 7C to the next Heritage Preservation Council meeting.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Okay, let's vote. All in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, moves forward.
Commissioner Hayes said aye.
Oh, thank you.
And again, and now we're on to HPO staff approval items. Are there any specific questions on any of the items this evening that you want to discuss?
I have a question for number 520 South Rodian Ranch. Reardon.
Yeah,
sorry.
Reardon Ranch Street.
Reardon Ranch Street, letter report cultural study. Was there a building assessment done for that study? Because I know I did the Hidden Haven, and this property is over 50 years of age. So was a full building assessment done?
The letter report was what was required, which is a building assessment. It's just a different level instead of the full phase one. And this is a strange one because it was required and originally approved by the last HPO with conditions, and now it's like 5 years later, and I was just essentially reviewing that his previous conditions of approval had been met. But it is a letter report, which is a type of cultural resource study, but it is a lower level study than a phase 1 or 2, and generally is appropriate when it is obvious that there is a lack of integrity or significance, etc. Okay, and then I also had the just the update consultation item following back up with the commission from last October, I believe, about the Phoenix Avenue lampposts. And if there are no questions on any of the approval items, we can go to 9 informational items, 2 from commission members and staff. And I will start the item that I added here is that, and you may have seen, we did a press release recently, but the Milligan House roof has been replaced with composite shake shingles instead of wood. It was interesting researching this, and we consulted with SHPO, Susan Lawson, the architect, and choosing the appropriate materials. But it was interesting when we acquired the house, it had an asphalt roof, and even in the 90s, I can't believe we thought it was a good idea to put actual wood shakes on it with the fire danger. But we've corrected the issue, and we've gone back, and it is no longer a fire hazard, and it looks great. So take a look when it's not dark outside. Commissioner Hayes.
What material did you go with? Because I've been doing a lot of research on this.
Yeah, it's a Brava, composite shake.
Yep, that's what I just prepared 2 Section 106 packages for, and they were approved.
Yeah.
So I was curious what product you guys like.
Yeah, and we looked at a bunch of different ones, got quotes on a bunch. This was the one we could afford. But also Susan at SHPO recommended it, and we got feedback from a couple different people that the composite shakes weather better here than the metal. which loses its color and doesn't look as good over time. So we got feedback from some of the vendors who have installed both, and feedback from SHPO, and hopefully it'll be good. So.
Well, I
It
will
does
take a
look
look
really
at it because we have not yet installed those. So thank you.
Hello, commission members. I have two quick announcements. While we were here, the county published the data on the final, well, not quite final, but very close to final count on the Flagstaff Regional Plan 2045, and it was voted yes. So the city does have a new general plan as of today. And I know Lauren and I were talking about the fact that there's been some misunderstandings about some of the content of the plan. Over the last few weeks, and historic preservation came up as one of those issues specifically. And so she and I talked a little about that. She will probably come back with a presentation going more specifically over the historic preservation parts of the plan so that you as commissioners have a clear understanding, because there was some misunderstandings and misinformation. We even heard a little of it last night at council, and we'd like to make sure we clear those up. The second thing is, this is my last Historic Preservation Commission with you. I've accepted the job as Mountain Lines Planning Director, and I start on June 15th. So I'm finishing up my time of my 12 years with the city, and 8 of those I've gotten to share with this commission. And so thank you all for your time and your patience with me. And now Lauren and Michelle and whoever is brought on the team in the future will continue to serve the commission, and thanks for everything.
great. Wish you well, Sarah. Just across the street. You won't, if you forget where you need to be, you won't be too late. So are we actually?
Yeah,
at our
any
longest
possible other
meeting?
thing I could have to tell you can wait till next month, I think, in the interest of wrapping this up. So unless anyone else has anything, I think we can go to adjournment.
I just have one thing. We just celebrated the 100-year anniversary of Our Lady of Guadalupe Church. They keep calling it a chapel, but to me, it's always going to be a church. And we had over 500 to 600 people there. We ran out of food, which was fantastic. We ran out of the other stuff, which was just fantastic. And everybody had a good time. 100 years of a little building that sits on South Side over there next to Route 66, 100 years ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're closing the meeting at 3. It's timer now.
Not quite that
8:45.
late.
Thank you all.